Alrighty, alrighty, alrighty. Hello, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Maverick Workshop. Going to be turning in some last minute things as we make our way through this. Yeah, it's going to be a good time, and yeah, man, just stay calm. All right, just stay calm. We can do this. It is crunch time, so you know. Might get a little heated every once in a while. I'm just kidding. It ain't gonna be that. It's gonna be chill, man. It's gonna be a nice, easy-going stream. Just gonna have a good time, hang out with some peeps and stuff. Yeah. Look at this stupid light, man. What is going on? This thing. Sometimes when you move these lights around a little too much, they don't like it. They don't like it. But Lawrence, man. You didn't get much sleep last night? Sorry to hear that, dude. I slept pretty good, I gotta say. I know that doesn't help you, but sorry to hear that, my friend. There we go. I got a fresh haircut, too. I don't know if you checked that, but boom. Got a nice fade going on. It's not so like it was before. Dude, the heck? Oh man, what is going on? What a weird beginning here. Come on, John, get it together. You should get it together. Put it together. Yeah. Boom. There we go. All right. That should be sufficient. Ah! Don't hit me, though. All right. There we go. Whew, man. Sorry about that. That light, man. It was just right up in my grill space. But yeah, we're going to be over on the wood lathe for the most part today. I'm going to be working on sections. And then we've got some barrels and caps and other sections to trim, shape, and all that jazz. So today is going to be fountain penning hardcore. Once we get started. But we gotta take care of first things first, you know? First things first. Whoop. Let's make this not like offset as it is. Boom. There we go. That's good enough, huh? Perfect. Anywho. But yeah, man, Lawrence, I was wondering if you remember seeing me do that on stream. What you ended up with recently, your recent acquisition. Because, you know, I knew, I just knew, man. I knew that was one that you were wanting, and you had mentioned it. You got me black and red, and then you were excited about it. So, you know, it was natural, man. It just had to happen. So I hope that you get lots of mileage out of her. Does it have a name yet? I don't know. Is that a common thing? Do people name their pens? Or they just go with whatever brand it was in the first place? But yeah. Did you know that was going to be for you? That's what I thought was funny. It was kind of like a little Easter egg almost. At least that's how I think of it. But I play video games and yeah. My goodness. It's going to take my whole time to get this stupid thing set back up. But I gotta say, probably ain't gonna use it that much. I just don't want it. I'm gonna lose that piece if I don't go get it right now. Ow! Sorry, folks. Here, you can see what I'm doing. I'm tinkering with this stupid thing right quick for a minute. All right. This goes like that. This goes like that. Just need to get this slightly in there. And then you'll put it back through there, get the washer. Man. It'll be more fun once we get started, I promise. It's just going to be a second. This is kind of how it goes. When you've got like a little bit of ADD or ADHD, you start, well, you kind of start on something and then you just really, like, you really feel compelled to finish whatever it was. And that is kind of where I'm at. So you're kind of seeing this happen live. So a little bit sorry, but you know, it is what it is. That's what I do. I do understand if it's something that looks boring, tedious, or whatever. It's kind of the name of my whole game anyway. Tedious and focused and all that. So this thing is like either not bent enough or something. Just like keeps slipping out. Alright, well, we are just going to have to put it to the side for now. I'll have to revisit this. And throw it on the ground. That light doesn't work. We can't take it. Oh, sorry about that. I'm over here. What is with that saggy cam? Man, I guess over a little bit of time, man, everything just like gets tired on you or something. Or the heat? I don't know. Either way, keep it together, you. There we go. Yes. Yep. Though it is crunch time, and I know it doesn't look like it because of how I'm like moseying almost. But I was up at about 6, so I was making some good progress. I was lasering nibs yesterday and the day before. We got a pretty significant order. When you do a pin or a nib order, it's a pretty significant order when it comes to being in the making space. So when you're doing things like that, you want to make sure that you allocate funds for the pin projection that you're going to accumulate. So you could probably even get it down to like a science. Like if I know that I'm going to make 10 pins a week, and then there's 52 weeks a year, that's 520. So you need at least 520 nibs. So the pin or if nibs are like $20 a pop, that's a lot. That's a lot of money. So you don't want to be blindsided by that one, that's for sure, because that would be a pretty big deal. But I also know of people that have a couple testers and they don't actually sell the nibs with the pins. Now they do knock it down in price, obviously, but yeah, they just make them for that. And they themselves, they have testers, but you don't necessarily need to send it with a nib, which is a little strange, but you know, it's one of those things that you don't usually think about. You're just like, all right, well, it's probably going to be standard with a nib, which standard it should be with a nib. But on the other hand, it's like there's other places around too. Even if you have that as an option and you're selling to other people too, they might opt for no nib because they're going to put like whatever nib that they have on the JOO housing, and then it's got their own grind or whatever, and they just want to rehouse that particular nib. So in a way, it's kind of neat, you know, how customizable all of this stuff is. And, you know, some of the pieces that I've got are very interchangeable. However, each pin is made for the other one.
I did my best.
But yeah. Hey, it looks good. But yeah, this is what we're going to be working on today. We're going to hopefully bang out all these because they are up to the point where they are just needing to be turned into their shape. So this is where we are. Yeah, they're right there. I'll do it. So we got these, and then before I get too far into these, I guess I got a couple customs that I've got to do right quick. I got to finish those up, rather. They're all at this point. I've even done the sections, so these are already marked, at least the top mark. I need to do the bottom mark, that way I can know, you know, the definition line. But I'll get to that here in just a bit, but for now, let me go ahead and wrap up the intro and get to it. Boom. Intro concluded. Did we need to do another take on that, Lawrence? Or was that good? Just kidding, man. Just kidding, friends. Alrighty. Oh, Lord. Goodness gracious. So some of these little thingies, man, they don't like being in the heat. They, the little silicone O-rings, they start getting tired. Or they just get smashed to crap. And then you got to replace them, so I'd rather that, I guess. Gives me another rep in them. Yes, indeed. But Abby is over there. She is working on some sanding as well. So we're pretty excited about those. Be fun, man. Be fun. But yeah, so I got some section, or I have this section I'm going to bang out right quick. And then I'm going to take this off, and I'm going to leave this in place. So you may remember, if you made a mandrel, in the jaws like this, leave it in there, okay? You don't want to take this out because it won't be right. You'll have to make it again. So that's why I use scrap pieces for one, and two, you know, I maximize the use out of it. So I have all of these sections, right? You saw them. I've got all these sections to do. There's, I think, 30 pins in here. So Abby's going to have her work pretty well cut out for her. Never gets old. Never gets old. That was good. Hey, thank you, buddy. Have you tried writing with it yet? Do you find the grip comfortable, or does it suck, or what do you want me to do? What can I do differently? All right, so this is already marked. I got to get a live center to support it, and I got to cut it. Now, I could do the bandsaw. Actually, let's just go ahead and do the bandsaw. It is plugged in already, so. And I'll still have to, you know, smooth it off in the front end, but that's all right. That's going to be easier to do when it's significantly shorter and there's a lot less to take off. Get my AC reposition. Alrighty, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Sweet. Okay. Sorry if I blew into your ear. Not what I intended to do. But if you liked it, give me a thumbs up. If you didn't, still give me a thumbs up, and I won't do it again anyway. So, we got those things going for us. Now, I recognize that some people would really hate this being right here and this being right here and then having to work in that area. So I understand that that is the case for some people, but, you know, to each their own. What you see me do is not necessarily the safest, and you should be responsible for your own safety. Because most people, you know, I will say most people, because not everybody falls into this category, but, you know, I may have even said this one in particular before, but, you know, most people, they actually are more likely to take care of their dogs than they are themselves, like giving them the medication or the therapy or whatever it was that the dog needed. People are more likely to do that for their dogs than they are for themselves, which is kind of interesting. So I just needed that support for the outside. Now I could back it off and just finish it up. And that's why we want to do, that's why we want to, there we go. That's usually why we want to support it, because we don't want it to like chip out all over the place. You will make a mess? Right on, man. Well, I mean, you see my fingers? They're blue. So we used, or Abby was using a shimmer ink in one of the fountain pens. And then if you leave the shimmer ink sitting inside the nib and the section and the housing and all that jazz, it's going to start like, it'll start evaporating a little bit, leaving just the residue at the end. Not the residue, but the glitter, I mean, or whatever is causing it to be shimmery. So I mean, that could be mica, it could be shimmer, it could be all kinds of stuff. So you got Messy Marvin beat. I'm not sure who Messy Marvin is, my man. I apologize. I hope I didn't let you down by saying that. No, but I don't know who that is. World. All right. All right. Yeah, like I said, we're going to do this section, and then we'll switch gears and do the other pen, and then we'll come back and do more sections. Okay. We are in. We're good. Let's test fit. Test fit. So sometimes when I do a test fit, it goes a little bit further than I want it to, which is okay. I'll just do a little adjustment, which won't be that big of a deal. And then the other thing I'll do here as well is I'll go ahead and just touch the corner. Oh, it's in reverse. I'll touch the corner. That way I could just knock off the edge right there, and it'll make the nib actually go in better. It won't hit like a wall. So here, we're almost there. So you can really like feel it settling into its position. Now, a part of me wonders if I'm squeezing too tight on it. So that's something to consider when you're making a section. Is the inside hole big enough to make it so you don't have to worry about the section squeezing this, because you want the ink to flow and you don't want to interfere with it. But it comes from, the ink comes from here and then goes down. We'll go take this one apart so you can see. Oh, come on. All right, that's why this one's out here actually, because it is another one of those shimmery ones that I'm going to need to soak it before I can actually pull it apart. Which, for my purposes, it doesn't matter, because all I need to do is make sure it stays there. And then I'm going to go ahead and trim it back just a slight little bit. I want to make sure that it's... There we go. And then sometimes, unfortunately, when you do that, sometimes you can cause a little bit of it to come back out. But yeah, here we go. Perfect. That's right where we want it to be. Let's see, messy, old advertising from the late 70s, early 80s. Man, I'm a late 80s baby. Born in 89. Born in 89. Alrighty. One. Okay, we got one section done. Go team. Oh, wait, actually, we're going to go ahead and hit this one right quick, too. Yep. I'm going to go ahead and hit this one too. Alrighty, live support. But man, oh man. A little wonky. I'm going to go ahead and address that. The reason I'm going ahead and doing this one too is because I've got the entire of the other pin already made and shaped and everything. So that way Abby can, you know, just add this to her queue, because these are one of the ones that we want to take to the show. Oh, you know, something else is cool. Maybe not for, I guess, y'all, but it is cool nonetheless to me. We did get the seating arrangements, like where the vendor tables are going to be and all that jazz, so we're pretty hyped about that. We're in the maker's room. Last year we were not in the maker's room. So it's pretty cool to be in the maker's room this go. We'll see if that actually leads to a better outcome. We're optimistic. So the other thing is we do this because it's fun. You know, I'll kind of throw it out there that some people, if they do it for, it's like their main source of income, they become a little bit more aggressive when they're selling stuff, which, you know, to each their own, I suppose. Some people like it, some people don't. But I would say, generally speaking, that's probably not a great way to approach people. Like, hey, you want some of this? No, we don't. No, we don't. Okay, that's good, that's good. This just needs a test. Test fit. And just, we'll knock it back just a tiny bit, and that's it. That'll be good to go. This is that fine-tuning little bit that we got to do sometimes. We're spinning in reverse. Let's flip that baby around. There we go. But yeah, my dad came yesterday as well, and he was working on sanding, actually. We're getting him spun up on some of the sanding that we do here. So that's pretty neat. I was glad that he was willing to put the time into it and, you know, learn a little bit about it. So that was pretty dang cool. Yeah. Yeah, we'll wait. We'll wait on that one. That'll just be the first one when I get to that point. Yes. Okay. For the chuck here, remember, leave it in. Don't touch it, or don't take it out. I mean, because I'm going to use the heck out of it. So if you're going to use the heck out of it and you don't need the jaws in between, leave it there. Leave it. That's the best thing, really, in my opinion. Let's see. Let's get some more light here. There we go. That's a little better, huh? No? Negligible? Perfect. But yeah, we feeling good today. Feeling good today. You know, I find that there are a lot of days that are good, which is pretty dang cool. Some days are obviously better than others, and some have different starts and all that jazz, but, you know, I'd say today's pretty good. Hope everybody else is also in a similar or same boat, whatever. Whatever expression you want to use in this case. Okay, this one, I just need to mark the bottoms right quick. And then we'll know how far I gotta turn them. See where all my Sharpies went. All right, that one's a Marauder. And this one is a Guardian. Sweet. All right, so I've got those measurements. Now we can continue. Don't need that key. And then these, what we're going to work on first. Okay. I'm your huckleberry. All right. So, which one are we going to start with? Let's start with the cat. Start with the cat. Let's do that. Alrighty, that can go elsewhere. Live center. Boom. Guardian. That's a mental note, BT dubs. All right, Morty. How we looking? All right, we're looking clean, fresh-ish, fresh-ish. I'll take it. And away we go. Go ahead and define the line after I get this set. Good, nice. There we go. Go ahead and define the line. You know the drill. Okay. We need all the tools today. See, it's also times like this where I'm glad that I've got carbide, where I don't need to stop and try to figure out, well, not figure out, but I don't need to sharpen them. Okay. Nice. All right, well, that's good. Where did my other dang brush go? I wonder if there was a a counter. There should be a counter, I think, that's like, how often does John need to look for shit? This would be at least one. Well, I guess we need to have a backup plan. Ah, there you are. JK, here we are. All right, here we go. All right, after a little bit of sanding, that will look very nice. A bit nice. Where's all the pin makers today, man? All the turners. Been quiet. Quiet. Wednesday's usually a good day. Or Tuesday. Tuesday's usually a good day, I mean. It's really Tuesday, Wednesday, like Friday. All right, this one is Emeralda. Actually, we'll stick with square carbide. So, something that I sometimes run into is a little bit of an illusion sort of thing, where I have my tool rest, it's kind of cockeyed, you can see. It's not perfectly perpendicular to the work. And so, I mean, it's not like ideal, but you can absolutely work through it and everything. But you could also reposition. Just trying to make sure that I have space for the live center to come in. All right, go ahead and hit that with some file action. Go ahead and give it a measure too while we're at it. We're looking at about 16. Yeah, perfect. 15, 16 inches wide is perfect. There we go, that's what we're looking for. A little faster, baby. Come on now. There you go. Perfect. Anybody going to the DC show? Let me know. Or let me know if you'd like to see anything from the show. Like, do you want me to do a little... I thought about it. I thought about doing a little walkabout with, like, I don't know, a camera. But it's one of those things where you're going to get looks for sure, because you know, the whole pinfluencer thing isn't exactly... Well, that's what I would look like, I would say. I'd look like a pinfluencer person, which, you know, if you want to buy a pin, go for it. But that's not what I am. At least not right now. But if you want my advice on some pins, just let me know. I think Maverick's got a great Maverick pins. Those are some of my favorites. You know, Maverick pins make some. He's got some great material that he works with, and you know, the blanks look really cool, and you know, his execution's really cool, and you can also watch it on stream when he hops on. So I don't know for sure, but that kind of seemed like third-person promotion, huh? That's kind of what it seemed like, I guess. Oh man, Lawrence, I hear you, man. You ain't gotta go get some shut-eye, man. I appreciate you being here, always. But you gotta take care of yourself. I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, it does. Right on, man. Good morning, Vietnam. Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing? Good to see you, Kev. Kevin. These are a couple commission pins we're working on here. We're trying to get these all done skis before we head out, and maybe we can ship them out and everything. Okay. Making that a little too pointy. We don't want to do that. So we're just gonna back the speed off. You good? So you found a flaw in the bower lathe? Oh man. They're not, the bearings are not in the same as the regular MIDI lathe. Interesting. Where are they? Or is it just a pulley pulling on the spindle? Oh no, that would still need bearings, wouldn't it? Huh. I don't know. I might need a picture. All right, let's check the fit here. Make sure we are Gucci. Alrighty, that looks pretty good, huh? Like that. That's nice. Or should I drop it smaller? Maybe a little, wait, what the hell? Huh. Now, did that happen with the section on? Yes. Okay, we're good. Okay, this one is a marauder. Oh, my bad. All right, there we go. There. Abby's over here. She'll get these knocked out pretty quickly, I imagine. So this is a typical like cigar style, cigar shape pin. Some of these little white spots, they're actually little glitters, but they do have the appearance of bubbles. Hold on, let me get this. Focus. There you go. You can kind of see some of those little white spots. Those are actually sparkles, so they're not air bubbles. Okay, there's that one. This is a marauder. All right, Kev, you fueled up, man? Are you fueled up? You hype? You wound up? Hope so. I need to go for like a good 10-hour stream, man. And it's not just for the stream time, it's more so workshop time, not watch time. So we're going for and you know what else? You know what else? The other thing, man, it's Tuesday. And you know what that means for World of Warcrafters? That means reset, and I can get the loot from all my hard work from last week. Whoa, what the? That was weird. They like skimmed it. We're good though. I just need to push a little harder and not have it so gentle. Alrighty, drop that speed down, clean off my reset day. See ya, my man, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, so, hey, have you ever heard of Peekaboo? He's a WoW player. One of the greatest rogues of all time, in the game at least. But yeah, have you ever watched Peekaboo streams on Twitch? Or seen any of his videos or anything like that? Well, anyway, it kind of seemed like one of the clips that I watched, or one of the videos actually that I watched recently about that was, it kind of seems like, I'll be honest, that, you know, he's been a pro gamer for a while. I'll give you a little backstory. Let me do that right quick. So, Mr. Peekaboo, or Jason, he's played WoW, and he has been he was practically a pro player before he could even go play at like BlizzCon and stuff like that. So he's really, you know, quite a staple character of at least the PvP world, I would say. Most people have at least heard of him if they've played the game. Anyway, it's interesting because there was a video that popped up that was like recommended for you, and it was something to the effect of, this is why you'll never be a pro WoW player. And I mean, it didn't do a great job actually talking about that specifically, but it was interesting because when I was listening to it, I just kept hearing that, you know, maybe he's gotten to a point to where he is like so successful that he's kind of like isolated himself in a way. Now, obviously, I don't know for sure. This is just kind of speculation, but it looked, when watching that, looking at his body language, and at least one of the things that I noticed about it was, you know, his like deep reflections of what he's talking about, and those types of things stand out to me. But yeah, it's kind of interesting because I think that he finally got to a certain point where he's like, where he realizes that when you make it to a certain level, there's like, it's hard to like have real friends in some cases if you didn't have them before. Like friends that you obviously accumulate over time, but you know, have you ever heard the expression, it's lonely at the top? That was just some silly thing we used to say in like like in different other sports that we did, where if we had like the best record or whatever, then we were like, oh yeah, lonely at the top. But you know, that's kind of what I was thinking when I was watching him. So it's kind of interesting that once you get to a certain point, it's like, well, the people around me are not who used to be around me, and so things just kind of change. And I don't know. In some things, I think that it kind of falls into that category of, but what if I'm successful? You know, it's kind of like that whole train of thought. It's like so many people focus on, well, what if I fail? Okay, well, don't focus on that. Deer in the headlights. Remember, you're gonna steer towards whatever you're focusing on. So there you go. Don't do that. And then two, the same things that you hear people say. I haven't experienced people like discouraging me or anything. So, but I also have a lot of people that encourage me. So I also think that that's pretty fortunate, at least for somebody like me. But yeah, because his success came pretty young, and you didn't have much life experience. So it kind of led me to another rabbit hole of what do kids do if they're successful and like they're making you know, insane amounts of money, and they don't have people that are, you know, looking out for their best interest and stuff like that. So kind of weird, I guess, but it's one of those things where I don't know, man. It's just strange. Because most people, I would imagine, they're afraid of failing. And most people don't actually think about what success looks like, which is why they'll never get to it. Like, what does success look like? I was thinking about this the other day, too. Like, one of the things that I was thinking about is like, well, if I am a successful pen maker, then everybody will want to buy my pens. That's good. However, now I'll have a wait list that's like 1,000,000 years long because of that. So it's kind of a double-edged sword when you think about it. So many people focus on the failure and not the success, and then the other people that do focus on success, they'll sometimes receive it, and it's not that they receive it; they'll earn it, right? That's not where I'm going with this. But yeah, it's like they didn't realize that it would have been that way, which, you know, is you don't know what you don't know, for one. And then the other thing is, like, let me get a little space for this drill bit to come in there. There we go. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's strange, because even when people do focus on success and be intelligent and thoughtful and meaningful and all that jazz with it, then what actually happens to those people once they obtain it? Like, do they change? And then if they do change, how do they change? And, you know, the general perception of the person, what is that like? So These are types of things that I think of. I know that people probably don't really think that way, but you know, I guess that's one of the key differences, I guess, between people is some people think one way, some people think another, and you know, either way it's not wrong. Either way, it's just it depends on what's most right for you. I don't know, kind of some strange philosophical thoughts. Last time you heard Jason had a wait list, yeah. Jason, who's Jason? But yeah, there are some people with wait lists that are about, the longest one I know of, I think it's like 3 years. Abby, what's the longest wait list you know on makers, pin makers?
What?
Longest wait time for a custom pin made. Is it 4 years? 3 years? The longest one you know of? 5? Well, it's pretty darn crazy. Pinworks. Who's Pinworks? Do you know Pinworks? Pinworks. Huh. I am not sure if I know who that is or not. The name doesn't necessarily ring a bell, but you know, there's a lot of people that. There's a lot of people. Jason Neal? Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, okay. Cool. Yes, I do know. You're right. I do know. You know what's really kind of funny? I can identify the makers, some of the makers, based on the pins that are made. Like, it's kind of crazy to think about that you're able to identify, you know, something that somebody made and know who that person is. Like, have you studied their stuff that long, or is it just something that's got some specific thing that stands out? I'm not entirely sure, I'll be honest, but those are types of things that I am fascinated by, though, and nonetheless. I thought I had a soft brush. Oh, there it is. Yes. All right, soft bristles, man. Soft bristles. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Got to be careful with these little teeny tiny threads. He did the podcast with Mythic. Okay. Brad from Mythic, he did that with Jonathan Brooks, and I watched that for a while, or I listened to that for a while. But yeah, I hadn't heard any, or I haven't looked at it in a little bit, because I think that they stopped for a little bit, but I don't know if they're going back up or not. Let's see, did the podcast, right, are you making time travel machines? Oh, man. Maybe. Making something. But yeah, I suppose they'll be around for a while, considering the mats that they're made from, and you know. He goes longer on Instagram nowadays? Huh. Is Instagram any good for streaming? I don't think I really want to leave the YouTubes. If anything, I would just multi-stream. I'll be quite honest. And that's actually something that I was thinking about as far as like hopping on like TikTok or something. Jason was before Jonathan? Okay. Interesting. Didn't know that. Oh, 13. Oh, that one's already done. Oh, I gotta trim it down, that's what it was. Oop, oop. Live, not longer. Gotcha. Well, where's y'all's favorite platform to watch? Do you like watching it on YouTube? Would you rather watch it on like Twitch or TikTok or Instagram, or does it matter?
YouTube just seems to be the most convenient for what I'm doing, I think.
TikTok seems to be a little bit more receptive of a faster pace of something. But you know that what we do here is not fast paced. We take our time and do it right. That doesn't mean we got to be slow though. But Elsa, good to see you. Good to see you. Sorry, I had to finish up that train of thought before I deviated. And I know it was underwhelming, but nonetheless. But yes, indeed. We do have a map on the shopping list, thanks to you, Elsa. That and use it a bit once we get back from the show. I'll probably get one set up, and then we'll be able to identify or at least have the geographical locations of people, which seems pretty dang cool. And then if this happens, get your drill. Get your drill. If that's how you even make them in the first place. Most people don't actually do what I'm doing. Probably. Turn you onto that podcast and right on. Then Facebook, kind of in that order. So YouTube, Twitch, TikTok in that order, right on, and then Facebook. Well, perfect. See, I can do YouTube. I got to figure out the community stuff with YouTube, but that might just be an overall better place for me to do like a community. I think maybe, I don't know. It's hard to say, but it's tough to say which one would actually be the most advantageous or whatever. But, you know, if I had to just throw out a guess, whichever one that whichever one I feel most comfy on, and
is probably the best one for me. It's not a one-size-fits-all.
Yeah. I know how to do that. It's called multi-streaming, but yeah. And I was doing that, but I was doubled up on YouTube, and then the comments, I was addressing some comments and not addressing others, and other people couldn't see some of the comments, and well, not that cool. Because everybody wants to know what other people are saying, right? And if you don't have that available, it's kind of like, well. But then there's the other software plugin that you can combine the chat. But see, I also haven't done that because, well, it's taken me like forever to learn how to stream. So I'm on like a technological cooldown. Unless somebody else is interested in working with me, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, I think that there's a lot of good stuff that could be extracted from some of my lives. Like YouTube content for myself, that is. Like, and then also lots of pearls, and like I can turn some of these things into like 10-second clips or 30-second clips, whatever. All right. Yeah, I switched back. You know, it's one of those things. You gotta trial and error stuff. Sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't. $14. But yeah, and then as far as like the lives that I have up on my channel, they're basically a horizontal version of the vertical version that I just did. And same with the vertical. It's also the same thing, but you know, I do my best to make sure that both the cameras are synced up.
But yeah, I know that sometimes that can be a little
off, but I don't think most people actually watch it all the way anyways. But if they did, they would you know, see little delays here and there, but everything will sync back up, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, stuff's working when you stop working on it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But yeah, man, I see some of the, you know, viewers popping up here and there, and I gotta say that it is relatively low considering that this time last week it was quite a bit different. Oh yeah, the isn't it? It's yeah. It's the drone one. But yeah, I saw that, and that was like, you wear something, and then it like tracks you, and it's also keeping whatever distance, kind of like how cars, are with the, what is it? The adaptive cruise control. My goodness, adaptive cruise control is what I'm talking about. Kind of interesting. There we go. Oh, is that how it works? I don't want to fall down that rabbit hole. You'll never buy a car without that feature. Man, I did like that on my, I had it on my truck briefly, but I don't have a truck anymore, so. But yeah, I think that there's like a little tracker on the person. At least that's how it was when like the first gen came out. It could be different now. It could just be able to like, well, no, it probably still uses that individual user, and it needs to pair it somehow, you know. So I don't know exactly how. But yeah, Abby is over there. She's cranking. She is cranking. Working on some cyanoacrylate, CA stuff. Leaving that larger instead of doing this later is also beneficial. In case it does get stuck, you can just use a pair of pliers if you remember where the F you put them. All right, we shall locate them in about, nope, in about 1 second, 10 seconds. Hold on, working on it. Son of a gun, where's that? There they are, behind my drill, which is not where it's supposed to be either, because I'm doing this, I guess. Okay. But yeah, you can grab a hold of it and not really worry about the outside part, or getting teeth marks on the outside part. So, not that big of a deal. Just a little bit further, but we don't need to tap it any further. We just need to go a little bit further. Oh, watched Happy Gilmore 2 last night with my daughter. Oh man, talk about silly boy humor. There was no shortage of that. I kind of liked it. It was funny. Oh, we don't want to go reverse. Forward. Perfect. But yeah, what a good one. It was a good Happy Gilmore. And then also went to go see Jurassic World this past weekend. Also another one that I could have waited, I guess. I'm not bummed that I went to go see it, but it wasn't as good as the first one or second one, and there's more stuff that I think that they could have like gone for, as far as the mutations and stuff. I mean, I won't elaborate too much. I don't want to spoil anything, but it's one of those things. Alrighty, we're gonna break these up a little bit. Yeah, we're gonna break these up. I'm gonna get bored. I'm gonna get worn out with this if I just do this over and over again. No thank you. Alright, this will be one of the last ones of the sections that I'll do before changing gears and getting Abby some more stuff to finish up. Oh, you liked Happy Gilmore 2? Right on, man. It was a pretty good one. Especially like the first one. But did it kind of seem like a little bit of like a little Rocky-like at any point for you? I'm a big fan of Rocky movies, so I couldn't tell you who he fights and which one necessarily, but I like them nonetheless. But yeah, it's like he did a little bit of a Rocky montage, and then he didn't. Because he went from couch to back to pro. And it, you know, that kind of leads you down an entirely different rabbit hole, you know? It's like, how good is a pro? And then if they were, you know, of a decent age, like 45, 50 or something like that, how well would that go for them? Would they still be able to get up into pro shape? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I think it was. Oh, here you go. Would you say that if you haven't seen the first one, that the second one you will be missing a lot? Would you agree with that? Because at least that's what I think.
Did I already thread that?
Yeah, I did. What am I doing? I'm getting sidetracked. Just had to trim it back a little bit. No, I had to drill a little deeper. That's what it was. Perfect. Yeah, I think if you don't watch the first one, you'll miss a lot of things in the second one. But I'm not bummed. I don't mind watching the first one again. It was funny. Okay. Okay, we're going to do this one and then a couple more, and then we'll move to a different part of this. This is, you know, it's also not like exciting for me, but let's see. In fact, we had to go back and watch one because your daughter was like, "This is a lot," because we didn't. So we watched one, then two. Heck yeah, that's what we like to do as well. If there's like a new season of something coming out and we haven't watched it in a long time, we'll be like, "Whoa, well, let's watch all 12 seasons before we watch this one." But that's my wife. She likes that. That's Abby. But yeah, no, I'm not opposed. Three minutes into it, so we stopped. Well, that's good. That's good. We caught it early. Okay. Are you making blanks?
What?
Are you going to make blanks today? Yeah or no? Sweet. All right. Getting the air compressor so I don't have to keep blowing off that stuff. Now we got our spritzer. Good. Get all this dust up in the air so I can breathe it. That's what we want right there, yeah, sir. We did drill, right? No. Okay. All we did was face it. Woo! Slow down, baby. There we go. Minutes into it. If you haven't seen the new Dexter, this is great. Would you have to go back and watch the original? Yeah. We don't remember like the details, but we do remember most of what we watched with Dexter. But we've heard great things about the new show, and you know, you endorsing it as well, man. Sold. Sold right there. Oh, you too, Lawrence? You recommend it? Right on. All right, well, you know to come back to. I'm just kidding. That one's good. Let's go ahead and spritz it, and then there we go. Okay, threading. Okay, trim it back just a little bit here. Oh, you haven't seen Dexter? Oh man! If you like, he is like a what do we want to call him? A well-intentioned serial killer. I think that's what that would be a good brief description of that. Well-intended serial killer. But that's what makes his character so interesting, is because they do frame it in that kind of way where you're like, you know, you're kind of going through his life and kind of getting an idea of how everything is for him. And then there's also, like, if you like the crime stuff, some people don't like crime type of things, which I can understand that too. Yeah, serial killer with a code. But yeah, it's an interesting show, and you know, if that's your cup of tea, again, I'd understand if you didn't like that type of thing as well. I wasn't really into like crime stuff. I liked Rambo, and which, you know, is like much bigger crime stuff, but in some cases at least. Perfect. Yeah, I do typically like more action. Well, I did. Now I'm happy with a psychological thriller. Like, I think a lot, so my happy place is like thinking about more things. Or just sitting there and not thinking about anything. You like action movies too, man? Right on. They're very enjoyable. I don't care if they're cheesy.
I still enjoy them.
When you do big batches of pins, so important to stay organized. Oh, Kevin, I still haven't reached out because we haven't played a whole bunch of WoW, actually. So I did get your message about that, but I just have yet to be able to do much of anything with it right now because the show's coming up. But yeah, it'll be pretty simple to do when I go collect my stuff to do a little
quest, I reckon.
But yeah, what kind of favorite movies have you got? Favorite action movie? Or favorite movie? The Martian's one of my faves. One of my most anticipated movies that was a letdown. Borderlands. I was so excited about Borderlands, and then I enjoyed it still, but it was not a great one. It was nostalgia in there for me, so. The Martian, man, what a cool one. And I don't know if you know, but Andy Weir, W-E-I-R, Andy Weir, he is the author of The Martian, and he's also, there's another movie that's coming out based on one of his books too, which was, crap. What was the name of that other book from Andy Weir? Hey, what was that other book from Andy Weir? Project Hail Mary. Yeah, Project Hail Mary, I think is what it was. What it was. But yeah, we saw that, man. We saw the preview for it, and you know, just like The Martian, if you ever read that book and then you watch the movie, you'll be like, oh my goodness. They did a fantastic job on the movie. And then, yeah, really looking forward to their adaptation of that other one, Project Hail Mary. It's another spacey one. If you're, we like sci-fi as well. We like a lot of sci-fi. There's probably not one that we haven't even watched. Well, there's probably a lot that we haven't watched, but we watch a lot of them. I'll just leave it at that. The Stand, yeah. John Wayne fan? Heck yeah. Warrior, one of your favorites. Series, that Chinese Warrior. Do you like watching movies with like subtitles that are in a different language? Or are they in English? Because I watched a pretty cool like kung fu movie. It was called Ong Bak. But you had to read it, and I'm not usually a big fan of movies like that.
but that one was pretty cool. I watched it with a buddy. So. Stand.
Yeah, I do like English, and also voiceover is also weird. But I did watch Squid Games, so I'm not entirely opposed to them. It makes it one of those things that you got to get used to. I feel like I got to get used to that. Like every time I watch it, like I can watch one episode and then, not watch one until the following week on the same day, and then I like got to readjust again. Because you're trying. What I do is I try to pay attention to like body language, and I do like a little bit of lip reading, like. But when they're talking in a different language, it makes those things more complicated. Obviously, 'cause I don't know the language. House of the Dragon. Oh man, House of the Dragon. Game of Thrones was dope. House of the Dragon. I don't know. Did you watch House of the Dragon? Didn't finish it? Yeah. Abby didn't finish it. We really enjoyed Game of Thrones, and are looking forward to when our kids are old enough to watch that, which is going to be a couple, 2, 3 more years. Sean, you got a spritzer. Use it. But I also like scary movies too. Not like the actual movie, scary movie, but we like horror films. There. Let's see. When we go to Orlando, we've kind of got our own little tradition that we started doing. The first year we went to Orlando for the Pin Show, and we went to Halloween Horror Nights, is what it was called, and it's basically at Universal Studios in Florida, and what they do is they have like 10 or so different houses that you can walk through, and it's pretty dang cool, man. Like if you get the RIP tour, which is what it's called, then you can just kind of walk up towards the front, kind of like a fast pass, if you will. But yeah, and then the people also tell you about the stories, kind of give you some context where the house is talking about and what it's based off of and stuff like that. But this past year I watched the Terrifiers, all of the Terrifiers, and a little weird, right? But I enjoyed it nonetheless for what it was. Sometimes you just got to appreciate things for what they are. But anyway, they are doing a Terrifier house this time, apparently, and it's supposedly going to be the most visually gory. We'll just say it. It's supposed to be gory. But, some things are fun, some things are... Ooh, Smile. I like Smile. and Smile 2, I thought both of those were really good and fun. Freaky.
The Shogun book.
Oh, I'm gonna have to look up the Warrior. Shogun. I haven't watched that one. You know that show called Forged in Fire? Gonna kind of change it up a little bit. Talk about some TV show for a second. But Forged in Fire, pretty cool. But thinking about it, wouldn't it be cool if there was like a turning type of one? Like, I don't know what the challenges necessarily would be or whatever, but a turning challenge would be pretty cool. If they did it with knives, why couldn't they do it with something that's like, maybe, I don't know. It'd be cool if you're like, these are the different, this is a type of thing that was made this time and all that stuff. And I don't know, I just thought it kind of would be pretty interesting. But maybe that's just my competitive spirit, I guess. But I don't turn to be competitive. It just happens sometimes, you know. If you're going to make it a competition, then I want to compete. But if it's not, you know, I'm all for having good fun and hanging out, all that jazz. Oh, shoot. There's another thing that I made. I don't know. I don't think I did this on stream, actually. Where's that pin that has the Operex part? Thank you. So one of the I cross-threaded by accident on my threads, and so what I did is I took an Operex piece and then remade it. So yeah, pretty neat, huh? But yeah, that's the Operex part, and then basically this is the what I ended up doing is I cut it off. Yeah, I just chopped it off, and then this is actually a piece like this, and yeah, pretty neat. The material is going to make it shine up real nice too. Anyway, sometimes things don't go exactly how you want them to, but you can still try to make some lemonade out of those lemons, you know. If nothing else, you'll at least enhance your skills potentially. Because I know doing that type of stuff is, oops. Okay, I didn't thread it yet. Let's see. Yeah, because I mean, sometimes they'll end up as junk, sometimes they won't. So, like, my Surfite pin, by the way, no, it's not going to go anywhere. We didn't like it that much, so, you know, like, the execution was okay. I think it was the material, but again, that kind of falls back into the, what's the word I'm looking for? It kind of falls back into the whole execution, like, you know, I made mistakes on that one that I probably wouldn't do again, given the opportunity. So,
So did you glue them together or thread them together?
both. I did both. Yeah. I did both. So I know that it's not going to come out. Okay. Use some of that thin. Use some thin. You want a Dremel? What am I doing? What am I doing? Getting sidetracked, that's for sure. But, okay, so for that one, I actually need to make a little mandrel for Abby to do this. So I'm going to step over to my metal lathe right quick, and then I need to trim this part down just a little bit, but I need to do a center start. So I'll flip this camera downward so you can see if you're interested in that. But this is a mandrel that we got from Turner's that I needed it for something smaller, like my little pocket pins. So what I did is I cut it down to a small. Oh, shoot. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay, so this little mandrel, yeah. So what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to do a center start punch actually, because I want to support it while I trim it down. But yeah, it's gotta go a little smaller in diameter, yeah. There we go. That's better.
And go right to the little bevel part. Perfect.
Trying to keep it relatively shallow as well, because I don't want to have to trim it down too much. So there is a little part here that there is a little spot right here. We're actually just going to run Sharpie right quick on it. So we're just going to trim that part off a bit. All the way to the threads, but yeah. So hopefully I don't goober this up. Okay, there we go. I am going to use my vacuum here, so let me get that swapped over. Okay, we're going to back off, see how we're doing. A little bit of contact, not enough. So we're going to go back again.
I was doing a lot of this, I would absolutely do it a little differently, but I'm not. What I need to do is just make sure that that fits.
And also, I probably was spinning or turning too fast. Whoops. We hot? Nope. All right. That's what we needed right there. Boom. Sweet. Now it's perfect. Sorry, it's not entirely perfect. Just a moment. Let me sand this baby. Yeah, we're gonna hit it with some sandpaper too. Yeah. You might think I could use a file, but I don't want to take a lot of material off, so I am going to use a relatively fine grit sandpaper. I think 240, 320, 400, maybe even 600. Any of those would be fine. But I'm going to go with what I probably am going to end up with the most of at the end, which is probably going to be 400 or 320. And then just make a little bite. And then got it positioned where I want it. I'm actually going to turn it in reverse. And then you just kind of move it. Sweet. We'll hop it forward.
Trying to get that little corner.
Perfect. So here we go. It won't go all the way because I didn't thread it all the way out of fear of breaking it. So there. And it should be turning pretty true. Let's inspect that before we send it over to Abby. All right, that's true enough. That's good. Good enough for sanding. You're going to sand slow, so if you are going to do that and it's at all out, it won't go deeper, so don't try. And don't squeeze it too much. You could make it sink and then potentially crack it. Do you want me to build a little wall so you can't do that?
What?
Do you want me to make a little thing so you won't do that? No? No, it won't be a problem because you're great at what you do. See what I did there? See what I did there? Speaking of which, you know, I think I had a do out yesterday, or not yesterday, but one of my last streams, not my late night one, but the one before it. I think I had, you know, kind of sent out the whole idea of, you know, giving somebody a smile today. Just dishing out them smiles, man. They're free, and they're thumbs up are free, smiles are free.
Sorry, Kevin. Choga book is awesome. Cool arts. I'll have to give it a sneak it out there. Kevin, cool. Did I glue them together? Yeah, I glued and threaded them. Slow your feed down. You shouldn't have to sand.
We don't do that here, man. We just YOLO that stuff, and then we realize that it's a bad idea, and then we go back and then we correct it. We like to make mistakes. And if it happens to work out, you know, it makes it not a mistake, does it?
Can you hear me?
No?
Okay. It could just be me.
But this could be a powdery layer. But I think it's the section itself that's that way.
It's fine, right?
I hope so. What are we doing? What are we doing?
What have I done?
Spritz it. Ah, Kevin. You see me? You see me in like the avatar way? I see you. Like like that? Elsa! Yes, indeed, making some time machine. I'll have to shorten that one out, you know. But really, I do that because I'm stubborn. I reckon, which is why this is fine for me.
Because I'll make mistakes. I don't mind.
Yeah.
You know.
I already talked about this one time, but you know, you could be the best at anything, but you're still going to mess up. And then I used a common analogy that most people would probably be able to relate to. It's kind of like walking, you know. You sometimes still trip, don't you? Did you forget how to walk? We like to joke around and say that, yeah, wait, you got 2 left feet or something like that, but you know. You know how it goes. All right, this is the last one. Then we're going to move on to some barrels, because we're kind of at that point where each and every single one of these that I make from now are going to go to the show, whether it's this show in DC or Orlando. But we do have it pretty much focused on the Orlando show for obvious reasons. But YouTube crashed? Oh, man. Yeah, if you ain't messing up, you ain't doing anything. Yeah, sort of. Uh-oh. That was way too fast. I usually drill it like, I don't know, 800, 700. And that was like 1700. We're seeing French. Oh man, Kevin. Oh, Kevin. Did you see that there is no BlizzCon? WoW's going to be a part of GamesCon or something like that. Also, I was looking through my, I think I showed y'all the other day, I have an ebonite pin that I picked up that was really interesting. It's a retractable one, but it's not a click, it's a twist. And I was looking at my fountain pen history book, and I came across a pen that looked identical to it. So that was pretty dang cool. Like I was pretty excited to see that in there because it was a Mont Blanc. So I'm going to need to take it to a vintage pin appraiser and see if they can either verify or be like, no, this is a knockoff. But even if it was a knockoff, the amount of effort that went into the creation of that, would y'all be interested in seeing videos like that where I take a pin apart and I look at it and I start like talking about how I'm going to go about doing it or recreating it, or you know, the things that I admire about that and appreciate the engineering that went into that, like all those types of things, and showing you different wazoo things like that. Does that sound like something y'all might be interested in? I mean, those are the types of things I like doing, but you know, I don't know if y'all are interested in watching that. I just think it's pretty. I think it'd be pretty neat just to see kind of. Well, I like to accumulate pins that are weird, like unusual. And usually it's the ink system, the filling mechanism, or the way that it is, the way the ink flows is really what the pin's designed around. And so it kind of goes back and forth, actually. So you work on this, the ink delivery, then you kind of switch it back to, all right, what can we fit inside of a sleeve and what diameter and all that jazz. But yeah, you know, the goal is to actually come in contact with as many different types of pins as I can. And then, like, I could get 1,000 pins right now, but that wouldn't actually show me anything or do anything for me, because I need to spend intimate time with each of them to kind of gather my thoughts into all of it and that kind of stuff. So, you know, it's I look at it not from a consumer point of view, but as a maker point of view. And so I think that that might be, you know, kind of interesting at least. You know, another question, something else that I've been kind of thinking about is, you know, I see channels like YouTube channels that don't actually talk or anything, like on their channel, on their videos. And I was like, you know what? I kind of like that. So I'm kind of thinking that videos that I do going forward, I'm kind of thinking maybe they would just be, you know, eye candy type of things, to where you're just watching it and enjoying whatever it is. But I know that other people, they like hearing about it. So I think for what I'm doing, it might be best to just leave my videos, at least the ones that I specifically make into a video, those should probably just be silent, you know, not silent, but they got the machines going and stuff. I don't know. Are there any thoughts on that? Oh. Oh no. All right. I haven't measured these yet. Okay, here we go. We were almost set up to begin, but gotta take a little detour. But yeah, I mean, if my intent is to get people to come and be interested in learning with me and then learning from me, you know, I think both those things would be pretty cool. But it's like, if I tell you everything all the time in videos, where's the incentive to go elsewhere? But on the other hand, it's like, well, I'm not just necessarily trying to sell anything either. Obviously, it would be convenient to have something like that, but you know, you can't derail the vision itself. Like, how cool would it be? So you know, I've probably heard of Jimmy Donaldson or Mr. Beast. You know, something that I think about is he gives away like all kinds of stuff all the time, but I'm pretty sure that was always like a goal that he had. And so I was like, you know what? That'd be pretty dang cool. What if I could make a YouTube channel that I'm making a project, and then between the YouTube and giving away the project would spread that. Like, so many people talk about like I love giving gifts to people. Well, that's awesome. It's awesome. But not all the time those people are going to like share what they did or got or anything from you, which is totally fine, right? But it's one of those things where you're like, that's not going to get you exposure. And so when I do a gift for somebody, I do it not for exposure. I do it because I genuinely, you know, appreciate the person, you know? I appreciate the person or people, and I like them being there. So it's a way of me kind of giving back in that kind of way, I think. But I think it has even more of an impact when you got some good meaning behind it and everything, you know? Somebody said that YouTube is, this might just be for them, but they said that YouTube was like dating. You want to do nice things for the people that like hanging around you and stuff like that. So I am on board with that. Yeah. But it's hard to run a business, everything being free. So there might be a point where I get to a point that we'll be able to do that, but it's not quite yet. Will you turn off Morty? Thank you. But I don't know. It's kind of hard sometimes because you can sink a lot of time doing gift ideas like that, which, you know, is good, but it's also like makes it so you can only do so many for people. So, you know, it's always something like that you're like, well, how do I appreciate everybody? You know? Yeah. Well, see, it's kind of silly. I mean, it is a little silly, I guess, but it is a little like that, you know? And I don't mean that we're bro dating or anything. It's more like a I mean, that's not completely ruled out, Kevin. Don't worry. But it's more like a it's more like a thing that, you know what I mean. It's just Yeah. Abby doesn't know this yet, unless she's listening, but
What do I not know?
she's got to come label all of these, whether she wants some Marauders or Guardians.
For now?
Oh, I guess she did hear. Are you watching?
Yeah.
Are you watching? Oh.
I can't hear.
Do you want to talk for a minute?
My knee.
Okay, well just grab a mic.
Oh, no. Oh, I thought you wanted me to go over there.
Yeah, you can. You can come over here.
Do you want me to label those?
Not right this second.
Oh.
I gotta finish doing all my marks first.
Now, I'm not sure those go together.
Go over there, grab the mic.
No, I don't want a mic.
Just grab the mic.
Oh, all right. It's blooming. It's working.
Is the light steady?
Mm-hmm.
Then probably.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I guess you guys can.
No, I can't hear you.
Not you. Hey, Kevin. So, these are all kinds of mixed up. They didn't have...
Most of them were good.
Come on.
Most of them were good. There were a couple that didn't have numbers. Because I forgot.
Did you have to write them out with caps and bodies and things? I feel like I...
Hmm?
Ooh, what's this one over here?
That one needs 13. That section up there.
Mm.
But yes, that one is Dunsky's. Did you want it now or did you want it a little later?
Oh, I'm not probably going to end up doing these
What?
until next time.
What?
Wait.
What do you want for the show? Do I need to do anything for the show? I thought I was working on show pins.
Yeah, this is probably the next show. John, look at how many pins I have to sand.
Okay, well, what do you need from me?
Nothing. I didn't ask you for anything.
No.
But, like, you should still
What
work on...
would be good for me to be working on?
You don't want the answer to that.
Well, then give me an answer I would want.
Those. Just keep working on those then. I'm not going to have time to sand all of those. Did you see all of my pins over here?
We have today and tomorrow.
Yeah, I still have to pack and do everything else too, though.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Maybe. Probably not. Anyways, I'm gonna...
Well, it looks like I might end up sanding.
Well, yes, that's... If you wanted to actually, like, do something, it would be sanding. If not, you can just keep working on those, because I'll need them for San Francisco anyways, when we get back. So none of it is wasted, it's just those might not get done for DC.
Well, what do y'all think? What do y'all think? Should I
Well, here,
stop
let
on
me,
these
like...
and start sanding? Or should I keep working on these?
I think you should keep working on these, and then tomorrow...
Not you, them.
Why would
Chat. Sorry, I'll preface it with chat. What's up,
So-
chat?
Oh, I guess I use this one. See?
So what do we think is the best thing to do here?
So here's stratified. That's what I'm doing right now. So these are all sections, and then we got caps and bodies, and then on the other side, we've got more pins, and then I have these are black opal. So I have all of these as sand, and about more than half of them have to be CA'd, which takes me a lot longer. I know. That's what I'm saying, Kevin. Like, they need to be done anyways. They just might not get done for this show. I think you should just work on the pens today, and then if you feel like sanding tomorrow, we'll get to that point.
That actually sounds like a pretty good idea. But still, what do y'all think? Kevin! Whatever, Ab? Alright, fine. We'll do everything she wants to do. Some of these are snug. That's alright. Those are perfect for San Fran. Yes, yes, they are. They are indeed. These are so cool. These are so cool. I gotta say. In my biased opinion here, these are so freaking cool. Alright. I'm gonna start putting the other ones together here. 6. Doesn't even have a number. That was a 3. This is why it's important to label stuff. That was 3. That one's a 4. We had 3 of these. Where's the other one? Am I crazy?
I think when we get back from DC, we have like 3 weeks, a little less than a month before we go to. Or
I bet I
go
marked
to San
one
Francisco.
of these other ones because it looked very similar.
We bring the most pins definitely to DC, being that it's the biggest show. San Fran because I'm flying and sitting at Zodiac Pins table. I won't bring as many pins probably. We got nib holders done. John finished those the other day, and then I sanded them. They still need their little little bit on the butt. Nib holders. These are the cherry blossom nib holders. I did finish the cherry blossom pens. Those were the priority. Wow.
Okay, that'll do. 2, 1. 2.
We have one table at DC. We did one last year as well. It's crazy and it's packed, and we didn't want to be too spread out because people have said that you really gotta keep an eye on your stuff. It's notorious for a few things kind of getting sticky fingered off the table. We didn't have any issues with that, and the reason that I didn't go for 2 tables this year is so last year we were in room 1. They've changed the setup a little bit this year, but room 1 is where after people for public admission come in, they're funneled through that room 1 first. So it was fine. We were in there with Galen Leather and a bunch of other, a bunch of international companies, and then a few other small makers as well. Ones that were also new to the show. And what we found happened, because DC is so massive and there's so many people, that there's so many people that come in and they don't want to purchase when they first come in because they're like, I just got here and I want to walk around. So, you get a lot of, oh, I'm doing my first lap, I'll come back around. And then really that place is so big that some people come back around, but the majority do not. It's just... Anyways, so room 1 is that first room when you come in. Room 2 which was called room 3 last year, but it's room 2 this year, is what a lot of people refer to as the maker's room. The majority of the bespoke pin makers are in that room, like the ones that have been coming for years or got lucky and were able to like take over somebody's table that wasn't coming, that kind of thing. And I didn't want to buy 2 tables because that would make it less likely for us to be able to get into that maker's room. Or at least that was my reasoning. So we did get a table, and we are in room 2 in the maker's room, which is very exciting for this year. It's a cramped little room, but a lot of the people that come in there are going in there because they're looking at the bespoke pins, if you know what I mean. Because there's such a wide variety of people that are looking for, you know, all kinds of things. Ink, stationery, there's vintage, there's, you know, mass-produced pins, etc. So, I don't know, we're really excited. If I can swing it for next year, I'd love to have 2 tables in the maker's room, and that's more for us to have just a little bit more elbow room than anything else, because it's going to be tight. So just got on. What event are we talking about? We are talking about the DC Pen Super Show that is coming up this week. Thursday is like the kind of unofficial beginning, all access. People can wander around, people can kind of set up at any of the tables, and then on Friday is when everybody can come in, so like the public, all the other tickets.
Moron.
So it is Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the DC show. We were just talking about where our table is this year. So yeah, doing one. We did fine with one last year. You can fit quite a bit on those tables. They're pretty big. So we haven't decided what setup kind of that we're going to do this year. We're going to switch it up a little bit as the way we just like set up the table. And yeah, we're super excited. And so anyways, room 1, that was that first room that people get funneled into. Room 2, the maker's room. So we're in room 2 this year. Room 3 is the main ballroom, which is huge. It is a giant room. It's filled with, how many tables, John, do we think? Hundreds of tables.
A lot.
In that room. It is where the majority of the vintage sellers are, as well as ink, stationery, some of the other companies like that. But I would say mostly vintage in the big ballroom. Now, the thing about the big ballroom is because there's so many people in there and that space is so big, it gets so loud. Like, you can barely hear anything in that room because of how many people end up in there. And then this year they're also doing a room 4, which from my understanding is somewhere in the basement. I think I walked down there once last year. But yeah, so that means that they've added, you know, more vendors. And yeah, so some of the people are going to be down there.
You know what we're going to do?
What?
I'm going to flip this cam around so I can look at you.
Okay. Can you do like a further out view than just what I'm doing? I think people would prefer that. Like just
I can try, yeah, hold on.
Um,
Big Max, what's up, dude? Give me just a moment. Let me work on this for a sec.
John's messing with the camera.
Got a good view of your head.
Does it look nice?
Yeah.
That's not gonna work.
All right, so here we go. I'm gonna do some of this. Now you need to tilt the cam.
It's none of me. You didn't do what I asked at all.
There you go.
But then they can't see either of us.
Yeah, they're staring at you.
They're staring at my hands.
That's what.
That's
Isn't that
not
what
what I
we're going
meant,
for?
but that's fine. No, I was saying like zoomed out. Hey, Mohan. We are hard at work doing DC Pin Show stuff. I am sanding,
No, we went
CAing.
all the way back here.
Oh, John is. I'm so sorry if he's making you guys sick.
Do you want to be talking like that?
I don't know, guys. You want to see? Oh, look, I got like dust all over. Do you want to see what I'm doing, or do you want it like zoomed out
Oh shit.
from me? Please tell me. Have great hands, a great hand model. Oh, thank you. I need to. So I'm not. John might disagree with this. There's a lot of things that are girly things that I am not high maintenance on. I never ever get my nails done. I cut my own hair. I dye my own hair.
I just need to fix the other main one, or the big one. I mean.
Okay.
Is that good?
I mean, what do you guys want to see? Do you want to see me
You want to see Abby?
sanding, or do you want to just see the itty bitty pieces? Because currently I'm doing sections. But we're going to move on to caps next. But I don't care. Either way. What was I saying? Hand model. Yes, thank you. I do need to... Because I sand so much, my hands are wet all the time. My nails get all messed up from CA and polish and sandpaper, so it's like, why bother? I know a lot of people in videos, when they're like showing off products, they use those.
So what do you want?
I don't know. What do you guys want?
I'm in a holding pattern until we get this
Chat, please.
resolved.
Tell John where you would like the camera. Do you want to see me in the picture of sanding, or do you just want to see the pieces of what's
The
being
pieces
sanded?
being sanded, or
Abby?
Abby?
Yes, we do all clipless. John's done a couple clips, but it's just not, I don't know, it's just not our thing, at least not for now.
It's not Mohan's thing either.
No. I find that most clips that I have
Will you
seen...
tilt the cam down?
Sure.
It's just going to look at your work. There you go. Tilt it down, quick! There you go.
Alright, John made an executive decision over there. I should get a pedicure. I do my own toes, too. I don't know.
Little mani-pedi.
It's one of those things that I just never have
Did it flip upside down?
liked. I don't know.
Good grief.
Yes. I've never liked spending money on that stuff when I can do it myself. So the few times that I have ever gotten a mani-pedi,
That's what it's going to be.
fine. Or like prom, or when we got married, and I think maybe like 2 other times in my whole life. Not that John would care, it's just I don't care to go do that. So, y'all are going to see sections, I suppose.
Are we
you guys-
going to the mid? No.
I have never heard of that. I also have never been to Ohio. Have you been to Ohio?
Ohio. No.
There is an Ohio pin show. John was we were looking at it the other day. I don't remember when it was,
Is it
though.
Ohio or Chicago?
We were looking at Ohio because you were talking about Columbus, Ohio.
Gotcha.
We also were I don't know. I'm going to talk to some of the other makers when we're there this trip to figure out if there's another show that I should add for next year. The reason we don't do a bunch of other shows is because our 2 daughters are school aged, so like one of us has to be here, and normally people would be like, oh yeah, so John can go, do the shows by himself. John does not want to do that. He does not, even when we're at the shows, he loves to talk to people. It's his favorite, but I do all of the logistical, actually selling things to people. So you can't really have a successful pin show if you don't sell anything to anybody, unless you're just going to hang out, which he has also done a couple times. So that's where we are as far as like shows go. Either I would be going to be a vendor and it would just be me, or John's going and he's just going to hang out with people and, you know, check out the show. So I might add a show next year that's kind of somewhere in between. I know the Chicago one's a big one. What are some of the other ones that people have talked like
Detroit, I think?
Oh, there's a P&W show that's in Portland that honestly I'd just like to go because I've never been to the Pacific Northwest. Let's see. Friday, September 26th. Yeah, I'll look. Is it a pin show or is it more of a like Turner's expo-y kind of thing? Because John did go to MATE, which is the Mid-Atlantic Pin Turners, Turner's Expo. Sorry, not Pin Turners. And I kind of realized that, at least for that kind of stuff, because we, especially at the time, weren't selling materials, that's really what it's more geared towards, is people that are selling materials or tools. So, I don't know. We have to kind of balance what are the right events for which one of us to go to for our business-wise. But yeah. I'd like to add another show for next year and hopefully get my own table. I'm hoping that so last year I went to San Francisco and it was super last minute. So John kind of convinced me on the way home from the DC show, and they were even closer together last year. They were like, what, 2.5 weeks apart or something? He convinced me to buy tickets for the San Francisco show, like plane tickets and, you know, get a hotel and stuff, and then ask somebody if I could sit with them, which I did. I sat with...
No, you didn't. You got offered.
I asked him if he thought someone would let me sit with him, and he offered for me to sit with him.
It's because you're clever.
Which I wasn't fishing. I really was like, is this appropriate? It was more like etiquette of making sure that it was okay to ask something like that. So I sat with Jonathan Brooks last year, who is amazing and one of the sincerely like nicest humans around. He's so nice. So I sat with him in San Francisco, but then I came home on Sunday, which was the last day of the show, so I wasn't there at all on Sunday. And Sunday is when they let you put your name down, like on the list for a potential table the next year. So I didn't get a table for this year either, even though I like emailed and was on the wait list essentially for an entire year, which is a bummer and a little confusing, but it's fine. So this year I am sitting with Bart from Zodiac Pens because he offered, and he is very nice. And yeah, so I'm staying the whole time this year. I will not be leaving until the day after the show, so hopefully I'll be able to put my name down and we'll be able to get, you know, a table of our own. At some point, I'd love for John to get to go. As our kids are getting older, I'd love for our girls to get to, you know, come and participate some more in the actual shows. We're not bringing them to any of the shows this year. We did bring them to Orlando, the Orlando Pin Show the last 2 years, but, you know. Let's see. I hope you guys have a great show, safe show. Thank you, Lauren. Let's see. Planning participation in the Singapore show. That's way cool. There are a lot of international shows that we know, some people that go to some of them, but that's one of John's big, like, goals and things that he really wants to do is to get to go to the Japan pin show at some point, which would be amazing.
Exciting.
So,
my goodness, I'd love that.
And then there's also a London show, which is only a one-day show, but it is an excellent excuse to go on a business trip to the UK. So that's on our kind of bucket list too, as far as like shows and stuff. So yeah. I'm hoping to maybe I'll add Chicago for next year or something.
Chicago.
Here's the other thing too. That San Francisco show, believe it or not, was the first time of me traveling anywhere and staying in a hotel by myself. I'm 34, but I've never done that before because, you know, John was in the military, so when I did travel, it was always to come home and see family. And then we had kids, and so then they traveled with me whenever I traveled anywhere. Or you know, when we went on family trips, it was with John. But because I, you know, stayed home with the kids, there was no business trips or anything for me or anything that I traveled for. So that was my first solo, I don't know, business trip, which was very exciting for me. Felt like a grown up. So I don't know. It's a cool experience. So. Oh my gosh, what is your guys' Etsy page? It is Butterfly Effect Wares. Yeah, so that's our Etsy. You can check the Instagram if you want to use that to get to the link, or you can type it into Etsy.
But that's.
Or I can actually, I'll put the.
But that's for something else. It's on Shopify. It's Maverick Pins.
Yeah, but he asked what our Etsy was.
Yeah. Well, he might have just asked that.
Oh. So Maverick Pins, our Maverick Pins shop right now is closed because I don't want anybody to purchase anything while we're, you know, getting all that stuff packed up to bring with us. So it'll be open again when we are on our way back. So you're 4 hours from Chicago. Awesome. I've never been to Chicago. I've never been to Illinois. I don't know. There's a lot of states I haven't been to, so I'd love the, you know, the excuse of pin show trips to get to visit some of these other places. So, yeah, Lawrence.
Oh.
It depends on what you're looking for. We do have a Etsy, but that is for the diamond painting pens, and it is open and available for you to check out. But our Maverick Pens, which is just maverickpens.com, is like password protected, so nobody can buy anything. You just wanted a window shop for diamond painting pens or fountain pens. Yeah, unfortunately the fountain pens they're hidden so that we can pack them up for the show. Are we doing any wooden pens? No, not for this show. John's done a couple projects with wood and wants to do more work with that, with like the sleeving wood pins, but for this show we don't have any that we're bringing or doing, but maybe in the future. There's not a ton of small bespoke makers like us that work with wood. There's a few, but not a lot of people. Right, John?
Mm-hmm.
So, yep. Got all my stratifieds that were banging out. I'm almost done with the stratified sections, and then I'm gonna move on to caps. But yeah, along with this, so after we finish all the pins that we're going to finish, we've got like a travel pin case with trays, and we're going to get all of them organized in there. And I usually do an inventory sheet just so that we kind of know everything that we bring. And so John and I both have them, and also helps if John doesn't know off the top of his head the name of the colorway, which, to be fair, there's so many of them. I've done so many, and I understand that he doesn't remember them. I'm surprised that I remember a lot of them.
So that's a 6. This must be a 9.
That's a 9. There.
Oh, phew.
Let's see. How do
Keeping
we
these
pack our
numbered
pens?
is
Let me show you guys the trays and the
4,
case
5,
for it in just a second.
6.
So for every show that we are going to, me and John, so DC is about a 6.5 hour drive here from here where we are in Charlotte, North Carolina. So we're just going to drive. John's going to, well, and by we I mean John. John's going to drive us to DC. So we are lucky that we can kind of pack however and whatever we want. We've got a pretty big car. Let's see. The trouble found finding wood big enough to make fountain pens because you have to sleeve them for sales. You guys in the US should not complain about wood. There's a ton of wood that is available here in the US. A lot of it, I mean, we've seen people that import wood for sure, but yeah, I guess the trick would be getting ones that aren't already sliced in certain sizes. Okay, so I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get this whole thing in the shot. No, I'm not complaining.
I mean, there's so many options. We don't even know what to do with ourselves.
Okay, so this is actually a jewelry tray. So it's a tray and then has a felt lined insert. So the trays are like this. And then the case, I don't know how well, I can't really get it zoomed out enough, but this is the case. So all of the trays sit in there like that. And they work really well for display too. That's what we've done in the past and are probably doing again this year. I think it looks really nice. The black really makes it so that you can see, you know, whatever colors are on there, and it looks very clean and organized. I've seen all kinds of ways of the way that people store their pens or display them on their table, which is interesting. Varies a lot, but yeah, we're lucky in the fact that we're driving, so our pens will be perfectly safe. I have a different case that I do for flying. I have some leather cases. Let's see. Do you allow people to touch pens? Yes, we encourage it. We tell everybody to touch the pens, open the pens, hold them. People always ask though, and I understand the reasoning. A lot of vintage people do not want you to touch those pens. Like, and for us, ours are durable for the most part. And, you know, the point is to use them, not to have to baby them too much. So we like when people touch the pens. We tell them to touch. Do you guys have a Facebook group? John does. You don't have a Maverick Workshop Facebook group? We're working on it. He's working on it.
John's pretty lazy.
John is not a fan of social media.
Tons of ideas, and not enough people to execute the ideas for him.
John just doesn't want to do social media is the reality. Other than here, maybe he can work more on his community tab in YouTube if he's not going to do the other stuff.
I was talking to Kevin about that earlier.
Yeah. But yeah, I have considered, Mohan, actually having a sign that says, please touch the pens, or go, or something along that. We thought about it because we do get asked, and
don't worry, they don't bite.
Yeah, now the one thing, the only thing, if I was going to make a note, it would be twist the caps.
Oh, yeah.
Because we do have people that come and sit there and they're, you know, trying to pull. The second thing that happens almost every time is someone turning the cap over and trying to post it. Like, those are the two things that happen the most frequently. For us, they're all threaded. They're all, is it called triple lead?
The cap and barrel are triple lead.
Triple lead. So triple lead threaded, cap and barrel, and then none of ours are meant to post. That's just what we've kind of decided to go with. So
we do have I do have some projects in the works, but we don't show those necessarily until they're ready.
Right. For our regular pens.
But for standard pens, no, they don't post.
Right. Let's see. It's okay to touch, but don't write with them. So our pens, when we display them at the show, what we do is I put all of the converters in the bodies, so they're just loose in the bodies. They're not seated or anything. And then we don't put them on display with nibs because we, allow people to choose what nib size is going to go with their pen. And if you put them all in the pens, what you're going to be doing is looking in different pens for, where did I put a medium? Where did I put, a thing like that? So it does confuse people a little, but that allows us to kind of do our whole spiel, our sales pitch-y kind of thing. So they can still get a good idea. The other thing is we have multiple tester pens that are my personal pens that we ink and we have out for people to write with so that they can get a good idea of the weight of our pens, of the way that the section feels, how it writes. And then we keep, or I haven't inked them. I actually just cleaned all the pens out yesterday, but I'm going to ink a pen with each different nib size. So from extra fine to, I don't know that I'll do a 1.5, but up to the 1.1 stub. And that way I will have all of these pens inks that if someone wants to try a certain size nib, that I'll be able to just hand it to them. And then we leave out a little pad that people can practice writing on. And then we just keep that pad of paper, which is kind of cool because it's like, we end up with all these little notes and people, writing their names and stuff like that. So that's what we do.
That's how we get celebrities' autographs, too.
Celebrities. Don't know that we met any celebrities.
They're infamous.
We do meet, especially in DC, a lot of government people.
Yeah, we
in
do.
DC. We had a lot of people come past. And obviously our business, John's a veteran, and he gets a lot of questions of what you did, and it's fun. Let's see. I can't use cars door thing. By 1 by 1 by 12. Oh, for wood. Wood.
What's Mohan talking about?
I don't wood. I think, like wood suppliers.
From Rockler or Woodcraft. Mohan's from
India.
Not the US.
Yeah.
I don't know if he wanted to share, but
Well,
he doesn't have some of the luxuries that the US does when it comes to convenience.
no Rockler, no Woodcraft. Yeah, we almost all of our wood, other than if we've gotten some off of a few Facebook like supply kind of in the Turners groups. We've bought wood from there, but most of the wood that we have is pin blanks or even bigger blocks was from Rockler or Woodcraft. Mostly Woodcraft. They do a lot of sales on different woods.
Yeah.
John's got quite a collection.
Yeah.
Over there.
Basically, I'll get to sleep them all.
Maybe.
Eventually.
This is going to be my last section, and then I'm going to change out my mandrel. I'm actually going to do the cap that has the Operex on it first. So John made this pen the other day. He was showing how you can start from square blanks to... Didn't you do the whole thing on the wood lathe?
I did a stratified
Oh,
one.
you didn't do this one? This one was from... It was from square.
That one might have been, actually.
It was what you did, I promise.
Okay.
Anyways, so he did a live, and he was showing how you can make a bespoke pen from square blanks. And it turned out super cool, but the cap didn't fit quite right by the time it was finished. And so John did a quick fix kind of thing, and ended up cutting off where it was threaded here and made, ooh, see, this is what I'm talking about, my nails. I can't have nice nails. They get sanded off. So this is a little Operex piece. So I am going to resand and polish this part right here in just a moment.
This one didn't want to work out right.
Yeah, it's okay. So I gotta get my other collet. Yeah, well, you know, there's always use for little pieces.
You gotta order them from catalog the old school way, huh? Right.
Can you still call in to order stuff?
Of course you can.
You like mail in?
Yeah.
And we get the woodcraft and
you can call like Uline if you wanted to place that order.
we get the.
I mean, they'll be like, go do it on the internet, but
well.
Be like, I don't have internet or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, all right, well, let's do the old way.
How many rotations? Oh, how many rotations do you do for cap and body? 3-ish?
Well, it depends. So we got 1, 2, 3, about 3.
Yeah.
But these are pretty stiff right now, so.
Yeah.
But about 3.
Is there a reason the rest of this is taped, babe?
What?
Is there a reason the rest of this is taped?
So I can protect what was already done.
Can I untape it and just refinish the whole thing? Okay, cool.
Yeah, of course.
That will be a lot easier.
But yeah, I'd say between 2 to 3 rotations is about what it is. For the sections, I'm still reluctant to shorten up those tenons very much because I kind of want to go past the barrel tenon.
We like the internal support.
What are you talking about, please?
Of how long your sections are, the threads that go in.
Yeah. But all these are snug right now, so they do an initial threading and then I'll go back and tape them all. But it gives them a little bit of room for movement because once the things like they'll heat up and then they'll cool down and then they'll heat up. So I like to give them time for them to decide what it is that they're going to settle on. Which sounds, it might sound silly, and it might be, but in my brain it sounds fine. So those are some themes. But yeah, what about you, Bohan? How many rotations do you like?
He said a shade below 2.
Right on. But the other thing about it is I'll be honest, I don't really measure it out. That's an engineering brain right there. I've got targets, and the targets are based on length. And so it's pretty safe to say that if it's a certain length, it's going to have very similar very similar amount of rotations no matter what. If it's a certain length. But I don't deliberately sit there and count how many there are.
You know, the only people that do that is when we have other pen makers come to the table and pick up the pens, and they're like, ah.
I do.
Yeah.
You see how many licks it takes?
Which is fine.
That's all right, man. That's a beauty. Rohan's got, what, 2 and a hair, did you say?
He said
2 and a hair?
Shade below 2.
We need to come label all of these.
Okay.
You didn't do a good job organizing them.
What?
You didn't do a good job organizing them either.
Are you kidding me? You didn't have most of them labeled. I had to just.
Most of them were.
I had the ones that were labeled together. The only ones that weren't there were ones that weren't labeled.
They're all labeled now.
Well, then don't tell me I did a bad job.
Well, I had to do some other organizing and then number matching. There were some other ones.
Well, I didn't mess them up in the first place.
No, you didn't. At least we got some, other things to look at and let's just do a record at the same time, at least for now. I don't think it always measuring them and then end up turning on annuity, so it'll either be myself or Abby speaking.
No, I'm going to give you the mic back. We'll plug this one back in and I'll get back to what I'm doing, at least for a bit. I mean, you can do your chattering.
You just like listening.
I half listen.
You do.
Yeah. Well, and I read the I read the comments.
Okay, so now we need to go through and which one's for waters, which one's for ordinances.
Okay.
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 So. Looks under 3. Yeah, I think it kind of really depends on where you're grabbing, and then like how your hand is when you rotate. So when I think about like rotations on a pin, like how many? I don't know. Like I can twist it, and then it would just be off in one. Like 1, 2, or just go 1, 1. So it's like, where are you holding it from? Where's 1, 2, 3, 4? Like you can make it take a long time as well, but this one is pretty well worn in. This is kind of nice. It's been in my pocket for years now.
It looks so cool.
Marking on the cap, a parting line. Yeah. That is my parting line. Yeah. So I have one line that shows me one line that shows me the depth, how far I drilled in, and the other one is basically to give me the parameters of the length of the pin that I'm going for.
Sorry.
So yeah.
Wow.
Mark a straight line and turn it around.
Where do you want to write it, on the body or on both?
I don't care. Just mark them. That's what I'm looking at right now. Are there any of them going to be finials or inlays? I'm going to think about it. I'll start from the left here.
No, I don't think any of these are going to have inlays.
Becoming very expensive for you there. Why is that? You mean in India? Is that what you're talking about?
To import stuff from the US or UK. I believe it.
Or, oh, gotcha. Yeah. I believe it. I mean, I'm sure it's got its consequences all over the place, I imagine. Yeah. There we go. That all makes sense. Oh. From U.S. or U.K. Huh. Interesting. What type of imports do you like to get from the U.S. or the U.K.?
Whoa, 75% more expensive than the US. They're in India or getting
He's in
stuff from the
India,
UK? No, I know. Like,
What are you asking me, dude?
if that's compared to the UK, or he's just saying right now in general from what the prices used to be.
Oh.
But that's a crazy amount of increase. We're very fortunate in that the materials that we use are made in the U.S. So other than
Well, kids are German.
other than the nibs, everything else is U.S.
Where'd the
based.
Limelite come from?
Texas, I think.
They don't get it from anywhere?
From what I read, from people who know more than me, it is produced in Texas. So,
Interesting.
where's the captain section for this? Oh, there it is. It's over here. I had it on a different tray. All good.
Oh, goodness. Sorry about that.
Ooh, lovely. Wow, that turned out so cool. All right.
Good.
Yeah.
Save it.
Here's the reveal. I don't know what it looks like. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Eek, eek, there we go.
Hey, if this show goes well, I'm getting a Harvey.
How much for the Harveys? Those did they have to be imported? Well, that's nice. How much?
They're about 2.5.
Okay, well that's not bad.
Show goes well, I'm getting a Harvey.
Okay.
T40.
I really love this pen. So this blank was the same resins as the pastel prisms, which are the ones that you're seeing John mark over there, except for it was in a square blank, which I just do every once in a while. And then yeah, here's the little like peekaboo. I'm so sorry, I'm so bad at it. My brain does not want to figure out where it is. See if I can get my light to show it off a little bit more. Ooh, it's an ugly light bulb. But the Oparex is such a fantastic material. It's synthetic opal in resin. But yeah. So it's been saved, John. It looks great.
Good.
Such a cool pen.
Can you keep it for yourself?
No, there aren't a ton of pens that I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't want to sell that. There have been a couple recently. That one from Silver Linings that we did was I wanted to keep for myself, but it sold before I could even finish it. Well, yeah, because we're a business. I don't just get to keep everything. Anyways, that one, yeah, is probably one of my other favorites. We'll see. If someone doesn't buy it, maybe it'll end up back in my pin roll. Oops. Okay, we're doing caps now.
No cap?
No cap. Yes, cap.
I'm getting them all opened back up so I can.
We're getting a new set of mandrels.
Oh yeah.
Turner's Warehouse, which is located. Huh?
Kevin has seen those.
Yeah. Well, he just did a post on it. Chad did.
Oh yeah.
So Turner's Warehouse came out with a whole set of steel mandrels, right?
Yeah.
So I ordered that and the case. So we're gonna have a whole set of extra mandrels.
Black beauty. Oh, are you talking about the robust?
Blank beauty. He said blank beauty, not black.
Oh, blank beauty. Whoops. I thought he was talking about the robust wave. It's a black or American beauty. Not bad.
All right, on to caps.
Misread.
But yeah, once John turns Morty on, I'm gonna give you. We'll put the mic back away and
Okay.
You can switch your route. I mean, you could leave the camera here if you really wanted to. I don't care. Whatever you want to do.
I don't know, man. What do you want me to do?
I don't know, man. Who's in charge around here?
What?
So who's in charge around here?
You were talking to us.
You can't see my iPad from either, can you?
Hmm?
You can't see my iPad from either, can you?
No.
Okay, well then, I'm gonna put my show back on.
Not in either one.
Perfect. For CA finishes, which is what I'm doing on all. What? I think I should take
a U.S. citizenship for pursuing your hobby? Come on, man. We could do some good work together, man. Heck yeah! Yeah, come on.
Anyways.
Have a little shop.
I don't know where my wiper cloth went. So I'm doing a CA finish on all these. That's what I did on all the sections, and I'm doing on the caps. And I sand to 600 prior to my CA finish. And these ones I have to be a little bit careful with because we already have the channels cut in the top for the finials. So I gotta try to not mess with that too much. Although John is really good at fixing things. If either of us messes it up, for the most part. Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah. Alright. Bye guys. Giving the mic back.
Do you want to keep watching Abby's cam view, or do you want to switch around and look at the side of me? Oh, my bad. Sorry about that. Yeah, I put her thing away. Mohan said, "Bye. Have a nice time."
Bye.
You'll set up your shop next to me. Hopefully, we won't have like competing. Not too much competing. A little bit's all right. But yeah, what do y'all think? Abby's cam, or flip it around, flip that one around so you can see me as well. Or you don't care. All right. We'll just flip her around, huh?
What?
Unless you want to be, unless you want it.
They want to watch me on school, but they don't. But I do think people like seeing the actual person that's doing stuff.
That's kind of what I thought too.
So I think it's probably better for you. Kevin knows us, so that's a little different. For like random people coming on.
Fix where we can see both. Like this, like the way it is, or have that other cam flipped around facing me and then the work that I'm doing here. Those are what we're trying to figure out. Body cam. I did actually try a body cam, Mohan, when I was doing one of my videos. I even got like this silly little chest harness rig, and I used a GoPro, but it did not go well. It was very unsteady.
hard to show. Hard to show both. Well, I mean that's the other thing. Why I thought it'd be pretty cool to have a cam that will swivel around and kind of follow you.
Alright, it just didn't like that. There. We'll just leave it like this for now. That way I can just do this. So the Waxaw wood turners, I'll be going to a meetup then. It's the day after we get back from BC. So I've already got stuff going on even after I get back, which is pretty cool. They don't have exclusively a pin club anymore, but they do have a turners gathering of sorts. Nice. Shaped. That looks nice. There'll be a lot of back and forth of Marauders and Guardians. That mandrel work all right? Hi. Hi. All right. Well, obviously, I guess. Can you show just the turned barrel closely? Yeah, sure. Pretty good. Red's obviously taking control over the barrel here. Here's another one. Both pieces. But yeah, red, pretty common. Red and white, pretty common throughout these. Yeah.
It is a very popular one, Mohan. It is very much a popular one. Definitely got us some visibility when we first released them. Dang, Mohan. Let me just give you the dimensions. The cap diameter is between 15 and a half and 16, depending, at the widest point. But Mohan, man, me and you we're a little bit opposites as well. I tend to do more freehand. Like, I do a lot of calculated things, right? But there are other things that I just freehand, and if it looks good, that's where I go. That's what I do with it. Or if I think it looks good, right? So it's not, I don't necessarily do it to where each and every one of them is the exact same. But pretty much the same is the target that I'm after. Whoa! The barrel diameter is 18? Good grief. What threads do you use? I mean, if I was... Barrel diameter? Is 18? Wow. That's a beefy one. Pretty substantial. I do typically smaller. But then again, I also like smaller, more compact things in general. So. Oh, good. But this diameter is a little larger than what I normally do, right? This is actually quite straight and then barely tapered, so it's like a variation of my normal Guardian here. Looks like the barrel is about 14 and a half. So the barrel's 14 and a half down where this blue is here. And then I do about a 1.5 step. Let's see. You use aluminum, right? Aluminum mandrels right now. Switching to brass. Nice. I don't know if you heard Abby talking about the one that we just ordered from Turner's, but those are steel. So we'll see how those go. But about 14 and a half is the target for the barrel, and then 16 for the cap. $16, 14 and a half. Yeah. Yeah. And then my grip section, I thought about using, cutting off just a few millimeters off of the section to make them just a little bit shorter, but I haven't entirely decided if I wanted to do that or not. because that would just kind of restructure. I'd have to go back and kind of restructure some other things if I did that. But yeah, I try to use little cheaters. I call them cheaters, but I try to use little things that kind of clue me in to what it is that I'm going for. So like right here, I actually have just a tiny little cut mark on here that tells me where I put my carbide. And then once I gently make contact, then I can move. So right about there is actually probably all I need to do, at least for the very end. This is a guardian, so I'm going to have to do it a little more, but yeah, that was generally the size, or pretty much the size right there. But there's going to be, a little bit of deviation from every one of my pins because I don't make them like some people do in that cave. It was 16.5 cap. That's not bad. That's not bad. You got the Turner ones? They're longer than the standard brass ones. I kind of like that. Hopefully it'll go all the way to the bottom of the ones that I'm making. Because I do it a little bit differently than I just do things a little differently, I guess. We do our best to try to make them as consistent as possible, but we're not going to lose sleep about it if it isn't. If it's recognizable as such, I'm not super put off about it, I'll be honest. Unless it's a material flaw, in which case it is kind of one of those things that I do need to do something a little different. Like that. You need to go. You need to get that out. Your mandrels are self-made. Dude. Is that like a golden goose or something? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I know what you mean. Yeah, I do make mandrels for different projects as well. So I do make them. I just don't make them out of metal. And then also some things are just easier to purchase because it's not the main focus of what it is that you want to do. So if I didn't know how to make a mandrel, I would most likely learn how, but I do, so I'll just buy them for now at least. Right on, Lawrence. I'll see you around, man. I hope you get some good rest. They support 50 millimeter from. Interesting. Okay. That's pretty good. Mm. 50 millimeter. Yeah, this is about the same. 50. Gabe. Yeah, I do know Gabe Castro. I haven't met him, but I know of him. Indeed. But I have seen him do other stuff. He also shows how to make mandrels in some of his videos. And what else does he do? He'll show you how to make fountain pens. He shows you like the different clips that he's doing or working on and stuff like that. So yeah, it's pretty cool. He's got a lot of really awesome. Well, he's got lots of good work. But one of the things that I think about working like that is that you kind of have to have, you know, a decent amount of things that people can look at and kind of go off of and see kind of where your level of skill is. And then when you're just making one pin, it's kind of hard to, like, I know it's not beginner's luck or anything like that, but for Gabe at least. But sometimes it's let's see. Sometimes it's one of those things where you kind of surprise yourself with how it looks or something like that. Yeah, he did make some videos. He's good on segmented wood. Right on. Right on. This one was a Marauder. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting because when you see YouTube videos of people making something, you're seeing ultimately what they want you to see of it. And then that's kind of where I think that lives are even cooler. Because there is no, you can't really hide. Like if you're doing something or something wonky or maybe a sequencing thing or anything like that, really, you can be like, huh, I know at what point I would do this differently, or, you know, this right here could potentially cause this problem. But I mean, that's the other thing too, is you got to figure out who the audience is, and most of the audience, I will say, are going to be people that have dabbled in pin making, or they're interested in learning how to. That's what I would guess is the most common type of people that come and hang out. Or they just like watching something happen. Like some people, they just like watching processes happen, which is also pretty interesting. I do also enjoy watching processes happen. I watch shows like how it's made, and then I'll also watch like traditional, like traditional Japanese or Indian cultures and how they were doing it back in the day and stuff like that. So, like many people don't use files the way they used to. Yeah, I mean, yeah. What can you do though? And That's okay. That's all right. Like, I guess there's a lot of weird ways to look at something, or a lot of ways. It's like talking to your friend, man. Kev, you're the man. I like you being here too. Mohan, how's your project coming along, man? Well, we can talk, I guess, at a different point if you'd rather not talk about it here.
Yeah, you were telling me about that upcoming project you and your friend were working on.
Sounded pretty cool.
Very, very nice.
Typical blank leaks are... Popped another chomper out, huh? Let me put it in an egg. Let me make you a pin. Put that as the finial. Oh man. You got a pin show in September? Heck yeah. That's awesome, dude. You're gonna crush it. You're gonna crush it. They don't even know. You can't mess with Mohan. There is a movie called Don't Mess with Zohan, but that was kind of, you know, a nod at, we'll call it. But that's cool. How many pins are you planning on taking to that show? I'm not sure what size that show is, so I couldn't tell you anything about it. You'll be teaching me about it. 50% wood? Right on. Do people like a lot of wood there? I know there are people here that like wood as well, and you know, there's actually some companies that have recognized that people also like wood. And one of the things that some of the bigger companies seem to be doing, at least, is, you know, kind of taking a page out of the maker side of it. And I know that they're also makers, so I meant like a bigger company wise, but pretty interesting. Nobody in India does wood. Oh, well, there you go. It sounds like you got a open market. Set the prices for whatever you want, man.
You know what that looks like? That looks like a little mushroom from Mario. Wasn't intentional, but happy little accident.
Yeah, man. It sounds like a monopoly in the making. Unless people don't like wood there, in which case you're going to have to force that bad boy to happen. Which is not impossible. You just got to have a good team. I mean, a lot of it is advertising, I got to say. Like, yeah, the craftsmanship is important, but you could be the best of anything and it wouldn't matter unless you were showing it, revealing it, sharing it, other people sharing it, that type of stuff. So, you know, in a way, everybody's kind of in this together, whether, hey, check out my friend, this guy, he's a pen maker in India, or a pen maker in California, or a friend from Louisiana that works on this type of thing. Like, there's a lot of different avenues, is ultimately what I'm getting at. This is a very cigar-shaped like pen. They've ordered blanks, craft supply, stabilizer wood, right on. It's a logistical nightmare. Well, aren't there trees there? Just go cut you some trees and then leave them outside for a while, a couple years, and then harvest them up. Some of the wood that I have made some pens out of are from my the house that I grew up at. Like one of my cedar pens that I've made, some poles that I've made. I've got a little doggy bowl kind of thing over there with the little piece of burl that I used for that. But yeah, it's pretty neat.
You go source it.
I know you're young and spry, Mohan.
You're young and spry, so you hop out there and you get some trees. You create the collection. It'll be like Mohan series. Dude, you picked up your latest from Mohan? Dude, it's great. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you wanted to like enhance that. It's about the collection. Yeah, I can see that. But I'd be willing to bet a lot that most people don't even have their native wood in their, or don't even know, like, what wood is India known for? Like, is there a specific type of wood or tree or material that's exclusively from India and it has to be like imported, exported type of stuff? Well, hypothetically, let's just assume that there is for the sake of this analogy here. And, well, basically, you got to start from, like, domestic, or you can create the buzz about exotic, I suppose. Exotic is really interesting, because it's like, in some ways it's exotic because, you know, it's hard to get,
Or what do they call it? Yeah, it's exotic wood.
but that needs some sanding. Hey, what's up, Benny? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. You hyped for the show? Hyped for the DC show? I'm getting there. Some of these pins that I'm working on now will probably end up going to Orlando, so you might see them there. But we also have our Makers Challenge pin that we're doing the fundraiser for that it's kind of on the back burner right now, but we got some good ideas, and we're going to work on the execution and kind of draft up what we're going to end up doing. You know, maybe in the combination of in the car, drive there, and home. So we can put some time and energy into that type of thing. Yeah, we want to. Y'all know, man. If we're gonna compete, we want to win. That's how we play. Who doesn't play like that? I don't know. It's like going to the gym, and then just I don't know. If you were of a youthful number or your energy levels are high, then just walking on the treadmill, it's like, no, man, pick up some heavy stuff and put it back down. Oh man. Yeah. Mohan, have a good night, man. You got lost in the chat. Happens to me all the time, buddy. So I appreciate you being here. I'll see you around. Have a good rest. Excited to see the pics that come out of it. Yeah, man. I'm kind of trying to figure out a game plan of what we even want pictures of, and like what people would be interested in seeing about the show. Stuff like that is kind of on my radar, I guess. Just kind of thinking about what it is that people would be interested in seeing, and like, do you want to see pictures of some of the makers, or do you care, or do you just want to see like the layout of the show? Like, I was basically going to go over the layout of the show, and at least that was what I was thinking. I don't know if I'll actually do it, so don't hold me to it. But one of the ideas was basically just doing a little walkthrough. So, yeah, Orlando. So the Joe is the person that puts on the Orlando show. He's the main person, I guess, the face, right? He's not all the effort and work that goes into it, but he is the face. So he's the one that does all the organization. So it must, if you're seeing it, that must mean that he is actually doing some advertising, which is good. We want some good advertising. That way, people that didn't even know pin shows existed, which is very much me 3.5 years ago, I'll be honest. And it was Joe from the Orlando Pin Show that reached out on my Etsy when I was JL Maverick. Yeah, he reached out and was like, hey, you want to be a vendor at the show? Because it was a newer show, and he was trying to get other makers to come and be a part of it because of, I don't know if you've ever put on a big organized event like this, but yeah, you want a good variety of things to make a pin show successful. I'm not entirely sure what the recipe for success is there, but you know, I would imagine you'd want a variety of things to include makers, vintage, meisters, repair people, because those are just things that you'd want to go see or do or talk about when you go to one. So pretty cool. Unfortunately, when the year he reached out, it was cutting it too close, unfortunately, because we didn't have the inventory to do a show at that point. and also we didn't have any budget built in for business travel or anything like that. So it's more like something that just kind of happened. And then I was like, Abby, we should go to a pin show. And believe it or not, she was reluctant at first, but we were going to Orlando. So I was like, if we did, we can go to Disney. So that's how I ended up at the first pin show. I convinced Abby to schedule a Disney trip, as well as the pin show, which is also how we found Halloween Horror Nights. So that's one of our traditions now when we go to Orlando. Vinny, have you ever been to that? Have you been to the Halloween Horror Nights or heard of it? If you're not into scary stuff, then probably not, but there's a pretty cool thing that happens in Universal, and it's called Halloween Horror Nights, and basically it's a bunch of haunted houses that are based off of, you know, some movies, and some of them are also based off of other stories, or some of them are actually just made up from something else. There's a variety, but it's still a good time. Ah, yeah. If you like horror or haunted houses, it's pretty cool. Like, their budget is very respectable, and they seem to use the budget effectively. Also, the people that are the scare actors are also, from my understanding, we do the RIP tour, which means that we do a little guided tour, and they tell us about the place and the house and all that stuff. But yeah. Anyway, it's just a really cool thing if that's what you like. That's one of the things that Abby and I do every year. Going to Orlando now. Yeah, no kidding. Traffic can be pretty bad indeed. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people that are hyped about it. It's pretty exciting. Whew. It'll be exciting when we get there, see all them smiling faces, everybody and stuff. Oh. It's fun.
So, Vinny, are you going to be there in Orlando the whole weekend or just one of the days?
I think we talked about it, but I don't remember what you said.
Might just be a Saturday, I think. Might be what you said.
This is a Guardian, right? Yeah. Probably just Saturday. Right on. You should be able to do your rounds there. Although, I know you've heard Abby talk about when I go, I'll spend like an hour at a vintage person's booth and just talk to them. I'll end up buying something if they've got something interesting or unique. But really, I just like talking to the enthusiasts. I like talking about people that are excited about what they're talking about.
That's what I like doing. And I'll pretty much always step out of the way if they have other people that are
Shopping. I won't stand there in the way.
I'll have pretty good essay when it comes to that.
Well, I don't know what the value aspect of it is, but if you are, I don't know if there are still VIP tickets, but if you did get a VIP ticket, then it's possible you'll get like a leather bag, a pin sleeve from Galen Leather. I think there's like raffles that you'll be entered into, and they raffle off some crazy pins. Like some of these pins that they've raffled off in the past, I think even in Florida, are almost $1,000 for some of the pins. And then some of the vintage ones sometimes are really awesome. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. There's a good range of things to see and do and touch and feel and talk and. Like, I'm excited because I'm going to be near, fellow makers and stuff. So I'll be talking to some makers. I like, and then kind of seeing what they're up to. I don't know, in some ways it's kind of like a little reunion. Like, I don't know if you've been to many shows in general, but it's pretty neat that some of these people have come to shows as long as they have. It really is awesome. So we'll change of color here. Oh man, all access passes are sold out. Oh no. The all access passes are sold out, Abby. Hi. All access passes are sold out. Wow. I don't know. That's kind of crazy. See, those are metrics that I should be paying attention to, but because fountain pens aren't the main focus, right? Fountain pens aren't the main focus. They're just what I really like focusing on. Yeah. But yeah, we kind of take this,
I guess, to a more extreme level than your basic hobby. So I'd say that we're kind of in between. A little bit in between the.
I mean, we handle everything like a business, right? The stream is actually a way for me to like let my hair down, just kind of hang out.
Yeah. I wanted a place where I could be, you know, a little more like me.
Hello, how are you doing? Gotcha. You don't do a lot of shows, you like the turning symposiums more? I hear ya. Shoot, that's where we met, huh? At the mate? Are you gonna go back to the mate? Next year? But what kind of things, well,
Well, that's cool.
oh shoot. I gotta perk that off. It's on the list, but just, yeah, I hear ya.
Well, you just make a few pins, that'll cover it, right?
Just make some pins, sell them, no problem, because you're amazing. And then you'll be good. You'll fuel your budget that way. Benny's over there. I don't need your input to this. I got it. You stick to turning pins. I'm just kidding. I don't know where you're at.
But yeah, I don't know if I'll go back to the mate next year unless I just have some free time, which, you know, doesn't happen very often when you're doing your own viz and stuff. So.
But yeah, you know, I was just thinking about it from like a bro math. Bro math. There's like the girl math, but this is a bro math. Maybe even more narrowed down to like turner's math. It's like, see, I'll spend thousands of dollars on blanks and see the return is going to be astronomical, because it's like, if I spend $10,000 on blank and then and then I do the cost of materials times 3 plus the kit times 3, add all that up, and then now you got your price. See, turner's math.
Oh, man.
Selling stuff funds a lot of your shop? Heck yeah.
It's hard to get ahead when you're maintaining, though. So,
Just a random thought, I guess. I hear that. Just gotta make it all work and everything too. It'll be a real doozy. It'll be a real doozy trying to get everything to all work together, and so. Not your full time? Yeah. I mean, fountain pens aren't full time for me. But we have, I think if we even break even in a show, then it was worth going. As far as like the money aspect of it, but I don't go there necessarily trying to make out like a bandit, but I'm not opposed to it if it happened. Because it's not just about the showing itself, it's about like being there and, you know, supporting the enthusiasm and
passion and all that stuff that you have for the craft that, you know, you kind of, well, I've put myself into, I guess, but
yeah, it's kind of interesting.
you think about it in a different kind of way.
Yeah, the community aspect, it's good. Dude. Only 1/10 off.
Lemon pepper!
You're not the first one to come in and talk about like welding stuff. I wonder how I'm attracting welders. How do I get welders here? Or people that talk about it. But How you doing, Lemon Pepper? I'm not a welder. I'm not a machinist. I am simply a self-proclaimed wood turner that doesn't turn wood. So that's what I got going here. Well, hey then. Maybe it was just meant to be, Lemon Pepper. You coming over here, making your appearance multiple times. You know, I think that if you weren't subbed, it'd be a good reason to. Hanging out twice, you know. I'm just kidding. If you don't like pen making or turning, then I wouldn't suggest subscribing actually, because that's all I do. Yep. Sounds about right. Do you normally go onto lives and talk about welding? Maybe. Maybe that's your thing. That's all right. You subbed? My man. I appreciate you. And your welding input that I don't understand is also, you know, not, it's welcome. It's welcome. It's fine. I don't know what you're talking about. Weave in some things that I might know. That would make it even more engageable, I'll call it. Only when you see a lathe. Gotcha. Gotcha. I'll have to change my thumbnail then, I guess. I'm just kidding. My thumbnails are pretty much the same for all my verticals, and then Abby will go back and she'll change them to a different thumbnail. And it's a generated one, so. Oh, well, if it has been a month, then my channel actually did get monetized since then. So I appreciate you contributing to that. I don't know if y'all are able to see it actually, but the light. Check. So you can see. Yeah, you can see it. You can see the mandrel on the inside there. So you can see that I actually go past the mandrel a little ways. And so this is not actually supporting the actual shaft of the mandrel here. Isn't really supporting anything. It's basically the base of the threads getting pushed into the mandrel over here, and then this live center pushing the material. So that's basically what's holding it and what's spinning it. So kind of interesting to turn things that are clear-ish. It also makes you feel like you're really close too. Close to the dimensions, that is. But I guess the other reason I was saying that is if you were making pins and you were doing a support like this, knowing your points of contact is pretty valuable, and knowing that you're not actually in contact with the actual mandrel on the inside is good to know.
Especially if you're trying to do any internal sanding and polishing and whatnot. And that'll also contribute to your sequencing that you're going to do with sanding and polishing as well for demonstrators. But I'll leave the demonstrators to the professionals.
Welcome back, Lawrence. Hope you got a good power nap or something. There we go. These are looking so good. So good. Nice. Like consistent, but also varied. And if you know what I mean, you know what I mean.
Like good colors, pretty consistent with
The colors and good spread, good separation, all that jazz. Some of the things got pretty darn, let's see. Some things got quite white. But I mentioned that before that white is a very powerful pigment. So it's really cool, but you gotta be careful as to not let it overpower what it is that you're doing, you know? And Abby's really been doing pretty good with that. She's got a good eye for that type of stuff. All right, let's get some caps. All right, so for this, we're looking at 16. I'll go a little bigger than 16, that way I'll have a little bit of room to do some stuff if I really wanted to or needed to, little adjustments wise.
So my eyes are actually looking
At the very base of the cap here. So I'm looking, so here's the cap, and this is the orientation that it is, right? It's got the hole on this side, and it's on the mandrel. But I'm looking at this wall thickness right here when I look over right there. So I'm just trying to keep an eye out so I can get, you want to train your eye basically to recognize the correct size, and that'll just make things even easier for doing repetitive work where you know kind of what you're looking at and what you're doing. But sometimes your eyes are deceiving, so it's always good to verify. Whoa. It goes from like chaotic to like, all right, bro, let's chill. Perfect. Boom. And that's a nice little trick, by the way, what I just did. So basically, I'm kind of scooping and sweeping. So my tool is kind of doing a wave while I'm doing that. And that just helps me face it off and then get that little dimple and then clear it off. All that jazz. So pretty interesting little tidbit that you can try out and see if it's something you like. that's what that one's looking like. I think I need to take the barrel a little thinner here. But nothing drastic, just a little bit. So that's why it's nice having multiple lathes. Because that's what I'm going to go do right quick. Also, something that I have found, that there are two very different trains of thought. One of which is if you encounter a mistake or you encounter something that needs to be fixed, there's one train of thought that says fix it immediately, and then there's another train of thought where it's like just put it to the side and come back to it later and keep going. So where do y'all fall? Or does that even sound like something that you have encountered? Maybe it's just me. I'd find it hard to believe, but maybe. Okay, let's try this again. See what we're looking like. Perfect. See, sometimes sandpaper is here for the last little bit of fine tuning. So all I did was all I ended up doing really was taking about another 0.5 millimeter off of the barrel. All right, this one's a Guardian. This one's going to be pretty red as well. Alright, this is going to be a Guardian. I find turning caps a little nicer because the mandrel itself stops at about like right here, and so what that does is it allows more space up at the top. If you drilled it with a narrower drill bit, then that could contribute to the profile that you were able to make. Now, an alternative would be to just make it longer and have more space that you could do different designs and stuff like that. Level crossing kid, there we go. Pretty sure this is where we were when we were doing the chat about welding. But what's up, man? How you doing? We got Abby on one cam and me on the other. Well, what we're working on, rather. But yeah, you don't want to be missing the lives. And you know, this here too is why I talk about tilting the carbide. So I had a little spiel not long ago, and it was about using carbide, and it was basically most people are only using carbide to where it's like straight flat, and then you're just doing this. But if you tilt it to the side, you can really open up a lot of possibility of what you can do with the tool. So I'm a big fan of turning it to the side and whatnot.
But like, yeah, this, like, that was nice and simple. And then from here I can use the bevel and kind of rest it in there and then just do the little tippy part right there.
But yeah. Now, hindsight, I should have also filed it at this point. But I didn't, so we're going to measure it and see how we're actually looking. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, all right. Maybe it won't be that big a deal. Okay. Hey, look at that. See? Worked out. If I took more, it wouldn't have worked out as well. All right, this is a Guardian as well. Do y'all like seeing Abby's cam and seeing what she's working on, or would you rather the other cam pointing at me? But she isn't even over there. But she'll be back. A little curing session. Okay. Guardian, yes.
Pretty good right there. I'm not going to mess with the back end too much.
All right, I'll leave it alone. I'll leave it alone. But get over here. Why does this look large? It looks large, doesn't it? I'm not going to do that. I wanted to, but I didn't. I shouldn't. Once you part that little piece off, you're kind of reduced to carefully turning or sanding. I'm going to take it down a little bit more.
Having trouble figuring out the sanding.
Well, I mean, if you want, I can get Abby chatting at you about it. because she's sanded a little bit. She's been known to sand a thing or two. Too fast. But what do you have in Pablo? Yeah, it is. It is a pin. Well, it's a pin cap. It's a part of it. But what, let's see, Lawrence, what are you having issues with, man? Is it the surface, or smoothing stuff out, or the polishing? But yeah, Pablo, are you a maker, a pin maker, or pin collector, or what? Turner? Anything? You awesome? Just awesome? Howdy, folks. Name is Pablo, and I am awesome. Perfect. That's good enough. I'll take that. There we go. That's much better. Bum, 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 bum. The surface and other. Okay, so let's see. I think it's gonna, our mileage, I suppose, will vary depending on the machinery that you're using as well as how you're sanding. So, what type of things are you sanding on? And if it's a lathe, what speeds are you sanding at? Because that could be a contributor right there. Just the general speeds, because they're kind of all over for different points. Some things need to be sanded and polished at different speeds and stuff like that. Or it's not that it needs to be, it's just you'll get most consistent results, I would say, if you find what exactly it is, and then refining your process around things that are known, right? So if you know certain things, go ahead and write those down. And then if you think that some things are better or different sequence or something like that, then what you should be doing is, plugging in the things that are different problems or require, like, even different materials. I've talked about that too. Like, you can turn things at a lot of different speeds and you get different outcomes. All right, well, if I had to say one thing, I wouldn't sand at full speed. I would not sand at full speed. Like, yeah, I just wouldn't sand at full speed. There you go. Try that one. And also, when you're trying to figure out certain things as well, I do a lot of figuring out a lot of things because that's what I really, really like doing. But one of the things that I have to do is I have to determine like things that didn't work. That way I don't repeat them, for one. and then I write down the things that did work last time at least, or I document it somehow. Let's see, but yeah, and then the other thing is only changing one variable at a time. If you're changing like your entire process, then it's hard to iron out that specific one process that's going to be the best for you in the long run. So best thing to do is set yourself up so you can try the same thing over and over again different ways, and then once you find a couple ways that you really like, then what happens from there is you start writing down the pieces that you like the most, and then you start accumulating that information. So it's one of those things where you can science the heck out of it, or you can just wing it every time. But the other thing about it is, you know, just gotta stay with it. Instead of having reverse, you turn the project the other way. I mean, sure, the sandpaper could be a thing. The reverse could be a thing. Abby actually doesn't have a reverse on her lathe, so she doesn't ever do reverse. I guess the only exception was the bowl, because we made some bowls before and they ended up being well, we're not bowl makers. I'll just leave it at that for now. We're pin makers. Well, I'm a pin maker. She is a professional sander. But yeah, I've been trying to get her to put something together, because I don't know if there's many people out there that have the mileage she does as far as sanding. You know, especially the same material. I'm looking for something. What am I looking for over here? Ah, I forgot. That's sad. What was I looking for? Now I don't even know what I was looking for. Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse. That happens. Pretty good at what? Oh. Why? Why, blacksmith? You get time out. We're family friendly. Yeah, I'll need advice, blacksmith, in about 5 minutes when you come back. All right. We don't want none of that crap, man. Come on now. I mean, the content isn't for kids, but it's still family friendly. Lowbrow humor is, you know, a thing, I guess. I like lowbrow humor. Don't get me wrong, but there is a time and place. But I hope you didn't leave, man. It'd be cool. Love for you to help me out. Having reverse, yeah. You know the feeling about balls. Yeah, man, I really think if you're turning it at max speed, well, what is the max speed actually? But yeah, if it's like greater than 1,000, I'd say that you're sanding
too fast.
What? Full speed is 500? Okay, well then you're too slow. It's one or the other. And if it's 500, that's too slow. Oh, you got the Harbor Freight green machine. Right on. Well, you can change the belt and put it on the different gears. So you can either get more torque or you can get more top end. So, yeah. It's got 3 different speeds on that. At least I think it was 3. But yeah. You think Abby remembers that the camera's on her thing? Oh, it's got 4. All right. Well, depending on what you're doing, it's the speed will vary. However, if you're sanding something that's like this small, they usually sand around. Whoops. Let's see. Hopefully that didn't mess that one up. Whoops. I dug a little hard right there. We didn't want that. It caught my tool and went backwards. One of the dangers of doing it, I suppose. There we go. Let's go back in for some more punishment. That's how we live. Yo. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to sand that little spot a bit. That'll be fine. Shouldn't be too bad. Let's see. But yeah, if it's got 4 speeds, yeah, just drop it down or increase the speed. Because if you're having trouble with something, then it's got to be, and you're getting semi-consistent results with like your process, then maybe it is, maybe it's the speed, maybe it's the pressure, it could be a lot of different things. So it's hard to tell without actually feeling or looking at it up close to determine what could potentially be one of the problems. But yeah, just one of those things that you just got to keep working on, and then changing some of the variables, such as speed, pressure, grits. But yeah, if you're sanding at 500, then you're probably not able to polish well if I had to guess. We polish the plastic. We polish at a pretty high speed, about 2,000 or so. Higher is better until you get to like crazy high, which would be about 3,000. Probably too fast. Oh, but back to those trains of thought, man. My goodness. Which train are we even talking about now? But one that I was talking about when it came to fixing the problem immediately versus later. I was hoping for some inputs, but if it's a standard process, I would go ahead and knock it out. If it was a deviation and you were making an adaptation for that particular one, then I would put it on hold. So that's kind of my decision matrix, I would say. Because that's kind of how decisions are made. You kind of have a decision matrix process. So many processes, but yeah, decision making, I could make that a little, no, I'm going to leave it alone. But I could make, no, I'm going to make it a little bit pointier. But I could talk a long time about that. Like once upon a time I did sand. I used to. And then, you know, it just varied. Changed it up a bit. There we go. Made that a little bit pointier. That way it looks like it goes with the pen a little bit better now. Oh, sorry, you can't really see that. There we go. Made it a little bit more of a pointier profile. That way it looks like it goes with it, which is how it's supposed to. Okay, so there's 5. Now we're going to change gears into a couple other ones right quick. These are all Marauders, I believe. Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay. But yeah, Lawrence, if you accumulate some questions, man, you know, you can send them to us in an email or, you know, hit me on the gram or something. And then Abby is the one that does the Maverick pins, so you can send it there too. So either way, we'll both be privy to whatever it is. This stuff's pretty cool because you can see like interference as well as kind of translucent. Oh, yeah, that was a little wavy thing that I was talking about too. You just kind of, I have the perpendicular side here, and then I just kind of give it a little bit of pressure inward. All I'm doing is smoothing the surface out. And you can also do that to create a little bit of an angle as well, if that's what you were, the look that you were going for. But that's that one. It looks kind of boring, doesn't it? It's kind of boring like this. Dang it. I gotta do that barrel too. I'm getting too happy on these caps, you know. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and take some off. Okay, that should be good. There we go. That's what we want. Oh, that's what I was going to do before. All right. So the handle on my headstock that I'm able to spin this with on the outside is getting loose. So that's what I was going to do. I was going to tighten this up. Alright, is this the size I need here? Nope, wrong size. Okay, that was good. Good off. Okay, that's not even the right size. Again.
The forest, it's an in-between size.
Oh well. I guess it's time to replace the lathe, huh? All right.
So I don't think I want to mess with this too much. So we're going to take a nice little tiny bit off here.
Very nice. Perfect. That's what we like to see right there. Oh. Hey, Abby. You want to ramble for a little bit?
What?
You want to ramble a little bit? Lawrence was interested in learning a little bit more about sanding because he's having issues with some of the surfaces.
I don't do wood.
He's in the zone. She is in the zone. Hey, what's up? Hipfree, Sefree, something like that. How you doing? But yeah, we're gonna just continue with what we got for now.
What she's doing now does take a combination of patience and
Attention. Obviously attention, but you know, some patience as well. So. But how are you doing, man? It seems like every person that hops in and give me a little hey, I'm like, woo, what's up? New person. And then they're like, Houdini. Or I'm just here for the hanging out, which is also cool, man. It's also cool. Don't get me wrong. Or maybe even a language barrier. That's potentially a safe thing to say, huh? Hello, how you doing? Yeah, welcome, welcome. Got my buddy Lawrence in the house, greeting people. Bet he's smiling too, so just know that you got somebody that's welcoming you and smiling at the same time. Nice. All right, so Lawrence, the only time I've really found reverse useful was for glitters like this, because when you turn them, basically they try to stick out and then they'll flip backwards. So they'll like stick out and then roll around the pin, and then the reverse will make it so they will flip back up, and then you can actually do it the other direction, and eventually a little bit of back and forth action, you will get them to the point where they are where the surface is nice and flat and flush, but pretty uncommon for me to do. But yeah, I think it really kind of boils down to use cases and, you know, what it's for. But I like having a reverse.
And I'll most likely always have a lathe that has a reverse. But when it comes to
actually implementing it, I pretty much only do that to take the taps back out. Trying to get rid of radial scratches. So, you know, that just is a matter of like stopping and then sanding left to right instead of just forward to backwards. So that could help you out too. All right, that one looks dope too. All right, dang it. I got one more. One more? No, I got a lot more. But we're not gonna do that one. Okay. Some of these I haven't completed the sections entirely yet, so that's the other part of this. Trying to get rid of... Right on! Getting better? Of course. It's awesome. Okay, so I'm going to focus solely on the ones that I've already done the other side of. So here we go. We'll be working on little sections here. You have, man, that's good. It's been a pretty quiet one, but that's all right. I'm going to be out here anyways. All right, 13. I'm going to go ahead and reconfigure my calipers so they will reflect what it is that I'm doing. We're going to reset and go to 12. Oh. Come on now. Oh, good enough. My goodness, this is crazy. All right, reference point for that, just larger than the end of that, baby. Too far. Yeah, there we go. All right. I think we're almost there. I don't think we're there yet. Not yet. Not yet. Almost. Sweet. We are where we want to be. Man, that is a pretty looking section right there. It's so interesting what it does in there. All right, and that one goes to this. Boom. All right, one down. Boom, right there. All right. I'm actually gonna go ahead and do a little something with this one right quick. This little mandrel here. There we go. All right, let's hit that with a tap right quick. Let's see, where did my pliers go? There they are. Ah! There we go. All right. It wasn't going far as it needs to, so I had to do a little pause X there. And then measuring it, it actually puts that as a convenient spot. So with that, I'm able to use approximations there as my general guide before measuring. So we'll get this trimmed down to that. Okay. There we go. Too big, I bet. Yeah.
Okay. So we're still going with that approximation there.
We'll build some momentum and get this baby rolling even faster.
But, you know, it's not about speed, right?
Oh, look at that, 377 millimeter.
Hey! Thank you. No!
Oh, I about had a shot, buddy. It was a little skink that popped out. Yeah, a little skink that popped out. I was going to grab it. He didn't know I was there.
Come back. Oh, he is. He is coming back. Shit. Dang. Ugh. Ah!
Oh, my bad.
What are you doing? Cutting it over again.
Ah.
Ah! Well, all right. Fine.
Tried it. I tried. He came back. Sorry about that. We hit Steve Irwin mode. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. Even Abby's wondering what the heck I'm doing. He was a big one too. It's a bummer. there we go. So this little guy to this little. Boom. Looking good. All right. No, Lawrence, you even tried wet sanding with super glue? My goodness. Well, I guess at what point? Because sanding with super glue is, you know, you can sand super glue, and you should wet sand it and treat it kind of like a acrylic or a resin or something, or a different type of resin. Alright, let's give this a little measure here. If he comes back, I'm gonna jump at him. Because I want to catch him. And then let my daughter let him go after she holds him. Okay, the back's good, front not so much. I just need to trim a little bit more off. We'll be good to go. All the videos out there. Oh. Well, yeah, man, you know, I kind of think about that too. Is that there's a lot of different ways to do something, and you know, ultimately, if you found a video or a person that you like, I would stick with that structure that they're doing until you get confident in, you know, deviating, and then deviate. You know, so you kind of make it your own, or you know, you just really like what they do. So, but we do. Well, Abby's already mentioned it, but we do 8 grits of sandpaper after turning, and then 6-step polish from Magic Juice. That's what it is. Putting the section in. Now we got the cap. Boom. Go in. And the caps will need some love. I gotta love on those threads a little bit more, so. But we're knocking them out now, so the sections are getting cranked, and these will be ready. Maybe I'll do a little sanding tomorrow. Who knows? But yeah, it is very confusing. And, you know, for me, when I was you know, trying to learn different things as well, it wasn't like super easy to find specific information on it. So I would just head out to the shop and then just try something that I had in mind. I know that some people might not have the ability to do that type of thing as far as like material goes, but it's probably the best way to do it is by learning on having like a direction, right? So other people will kind of give you the idea and the direction, but at the end of the day, you got to find the finish that you like on the stuff that you're doing. But certainly there are resources that can help. Yeah. Back end good, front end not yet. Alrighty, give this a little measure here. A little snug at that spot, so we're gonna address that again. Just nice little bit right there. These are looking good. Some of these are looking like they were from a square, which you know that squares are pretty dang cool. They end up different because they're different orientation basically when they're made. But yeah, woo, there we go. I'm looking good. I'm looking at the base to make sure that the it doesn't overhang the threads, because now would be the time to fix that. But we're good. We are good. Does this section seem a little shorter? It is. It's about a millimeter shorter. I thought it looked a little smaller. Oh.
We're going to do an hourglass on this one. I like an hourglass with a little bit further back pinch. It looks a little weird, but it's comfy.
Most people won't like it because of the way it looks, but that's all right. It's not meant for that person. But yeah, I like it because it'll make it so you hold a little bit further back when you're writing. And I like holding it a little bit further back. Abby likes to hold it very close to the end, or the front end. So, you know, just thinking about it from like a, you know, just simply me and Abby, like we have different preferences on the grips. But yeah, so this one's only about 1 millimeter thinner, but it puts your hand back a little bit compared to, you know, another one that is like this. So this one puts your fingers like resting towards the front a bit more, where this one is a little bit further back. So you can see my index finger and middle finger, this is kind of the resting place right here, you know, a little bit further back. And then this one is a little bit more forward to where you can almost have some of my fingers overlaying, or yeah. So it just moves the grip back slightly. As you can see, it's about like this as far as diameter goes. So the pinch is a little bit further back right here. So the narrowest point is about right here, and it's also back here. So it just creates a different use experience, we'll say. Different position to hold, depending on the user, obviously. So what I'm checking right now is to see if it's the section interfering with the function or if it's the pin itself. And it's the pin. Sweet. That'll be fixed, no problem. Later though. Boom. Because, you know, it requiring you to go white knuckle on it is like, that's too tight. That's not good. That's not smooth operator. And we want to be smooth, you know? Nice and smooth. You try from 200 or 220 to 2000. What kind of sandpaper are you using? Because you know, wet dry sandpaper is what you're going to want to use. That's what it's called. It's a wet and dry. Now dry sandpaper could just be wet, right? But that doesn't. The way my understanding is, it makes it so the abrasive part stays on a little longer. But I don't know that for sure. But you know, some are meant for. Some are meant for, you know, dry sanding, and some are meant for wet sanding, but wet sanding serves multiple purposes as well. It helps with the dust, it helps with the, it helps keep the surface relatively clean as well. And then it also keeps the surface of the, or not just the surface, but the material cooler, which is a win, especially for sections, because there's really not a lot of material, and if you heat it up, you can warp it. So obviously that's not good. And it's relatively thin. Like, I think the wall thickness is like about 2 at the smallest point, somewhere around there. I'm gonna have to chase all these threads, but you know, by design. Ooh. That one's good. That one is good. But that's also why I keep, you know, extra dies of the various sizes for, and taps for that matter. But yeah, you just chase the threads again, and all this is from this one. So you do the initial, or I do the initial, and then I go back and I refine it. So now, look at that. Oh, like a dream. But then this, on the other hand, is still not, it gets to there and it's like, okay. You get a balloon. Put a balloon in there. All right, okay, this, this one, okay, here we go, this little guy. Ooh, look at that. Like perfect. But we're still going to trim it down just a tiny bit more, even though it is spot on. Because we don't want a tight fit. Mmm. We gotta take a little bit more off. That is all we needed right there. Alrighty. Whoop. Alright, this one's in the same boat. We're gonna have to address that, but that's okay. That's what it looks like right now. Boom. Alrighty, alrighty. What number 1? That's 3. That's 2. That'll work. Boom. Okay. This one goes to wonderful. Anybody notice that? I haven't heard anybody say anything, so I guess nobody noticed what had happened.
You know, it's funny. I was just thinking about would anybody be interested in seeing the cross section of what this would look like, and then it blows up.
But anywho, this is where this came from. There we go. A little glue. Put this right back together. I'm just kidding, by the way. This piece is a loss. Unfortunately. Here you go. You broke it! You just give it to somebody else and then tell them they broke it. But yeah, we're actually, whoa, it's 5 p.m. here. You know what time it is? Dang, it's time for me to finish this baby up. All right, so the reason that broke, if you wanted to know, I was doing too big of a cut at too low of a speed with too much pressure. So that was my recipe for what just happened. So if you want to go about breaking sections like I did just now, all you got to do is apply a decent amount of pressure, and then go ahead and take a really deep cut at a slow turning speed, slower. But nobody saw it, so that's all right. nice. Middle's good. Outside's usually it's the opposite. How about that? Just enjoying the show and going with the flow. I like it. But I will say, we're probably going to wrap her up, actually, because I have a lot of sections that I would still need to drill to continue here. Or bodies and caps that I missed at a different point in time. But here is that last section that I've got made, at least. The other one didn't work out, so I gotta go back to make a different section for it. But that'll be another day. Alrighty. Let's see. Oh, wait, hold the phone. Nope, this one's good. Let's see. Let me see what I got. Nope. No. All right. That's good, right? That was a good one. Not a record setter. Not a record setter, but that's all right. I was in good company anyways. So, yeah. Let me get this turned off. All right. And that is almost a wrap. Like a wicked wrap. All right. Close your eyes if you get motion sick because the cam's going to move. Yoink. Sound effects make everything better. That's fine, that's fine. Just gonna pop this baby up a bit more. Okay, there we go. Pretty good. Go back to vertical. You can see my roof ceiling. Yeah, something like that. Oh, also, fresh dew. I don't know if you noticed. I got noodles in here, but fresh dew. Heck yeah. Yeah, I hope you had a good time. I did. It wasn't actually too hot today. Weird. But yeah, it was a good time. Had a good stream for sure. I had good productivity. I made progress on quite a few others. However, these are the ones that I finished up so far. There we go. That's what we were working on today. Looking pretty cool. I've got more to go, but, you know, only so much. Only so much you can try to bang out in a day, because we still have other stuff that I've got to get done. I got to finish lasering the nibs. We have to get some other stuff prepared and whatnot. So it'll just be nice to not be in the hot shop anymore. So there is that, which will be cool. But yeah, I appreciate y'all hanging out. Had a good time, and yeah, think about what it is that you'd like to see from the show, because I basically am just gonna walk around and pick up things that I find interesting, and then maybe bring them back and share with y'all and that type of stuff. Excuse me. But yeah, that's the plan. Sorry, a little tilted. No, I don't know. We're not going to bother trying to figure that one out. But had a good time. Abby is over there. She's still cranking them. Wow. She made a lot of progress. But that'll be something that we'll show tomorrow because she's still working on them. I don't want to mess with her. But yeah, I really appreciate everybody being here, hanging out, and I will see you next time. Tomorrow. I'll be on tomorrow. If you're, feeling froggy, want to hang out. But yeah, I will see y'all next time. Have a good day.